Way to Westminster Abbey. People are solemn, quiet, very reserved on this historic moment for Britain. A moment where an estimated 6 million people are expected to gather in the streets of downtown London and say goodbye to a princess they'd come to love. Diana's coffin is expected in about 7 minutes to be draped in a royal standard and placed on that gun carriage. Then about 4:08 Eastern Daylight Time, the cortege, escorted by a military bearer party and mounted policemen, will leave for Westminster Abbey. The mood is somber all along the funeral route. A lot of concern, regard for Princess Diana's sons, Prince Harry and Prince William this morning. You are looking at a live picture of Westminster Abbey, where a crowd of VIPs and friends and family members will gather this morning. Princess Diana's sisters, Lady Sarah and Jane, will speak at the service today, as will her brother, the Earl Spencer. Also, Elton John will sing a revision of his song, Candle in the Wind, in honor of Princess Diana, request by the Spencer family. We do not know yet whether Prince William will walk behind the royal carriage, joining the funeral procession at Buckingham Palace, but it is expected that he will. It will be a sad journey. An NBC News special coverage of the funeral will continue this morning with Tom Brokaw and Katie Couric in just a moment. Stay with us.
NBC News, now more than ever. From NBC News, the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. Live from London, here are Tom Brokaw and Katie Couric.
Good morning, everyone. This is the day that no one expected would happen, certainly not in this fashion. A princess without a throne, but with the power of the people, not just in her own nation, but around the world. The power of love will be buried in ceremonies fit for a queen or for a king. Katie Couric.
Tom Brokaw, it's hard to believe that almost a week ago, groggy Brits were waking up, turning on their television set, and incredulously getting the seemingly incomprehensible news that 36-year-old Diana, 36, the Princess of Wales, their princess in good times and bad times, was gone in an instant, and now they and the rest of the world are waking up to say their final goodbyes.
It's been a long and emotional week. It reached proportions that no one could have anticipated, of course. We'll be talking about that all day long here as we have special coverage on NBC. We're joined not just by members of the NBC family, but by authorities from this country and this culture as well. Tina Brown, who's the editor of The New Yorker, a native of Britain, was with me 16 years ago, Tina, when we were witness to the wedding. We could not have anticipated it would have this kind of an end, obviously.
It's certainly a very sad sequel.
Also, Andrew Roberts, who is from the Sunday Times of London, who is a historian as well. He'll be taking us through a lot of the protocol and the ceremonies of this day and offering his perspective. We want to tell you that we have members of the NBC family out there as well. Jane Pauley. Jane, it was 16 years ago, you're at Canada Gate now at Buckingham Palace, that we all sat there together, and we were witness to the largest television audience I think that we had ever appeared before. Now we've come back under far different circumstances again for this exceptional outpouring of emotion. What is going on at Buckingham Palace right now?
Well, Tom, the Queen and Prince Charles and the Princes, William and Harry, are in Buckingham Palace as we speak. And I know that because over the palace, the royal standard is flying. As soon as they leave this morning, that flag, the standard, will be lowered. This is common practice. It announces the presence of the Queen, and when she leaves, it's removed. Then precedent begins. For the first time ever in history, the Union Jack will be raised in the Royal Standard's place, and it will fly at half-staff. This will be a symbol of a transition of tremendous import.
Thanks very much. Jane Pauley will be coming back to you throughout the day, of course. We want to give you a small idea now of just what you can expect in the opening hours of this long and exceptional day. Princess Diana's body was taken yesterday from St. James's Palace to Kensington Palace, which is her official residence. They had to expand the route of the procession, obviously, because there's been such an outpouring, probably more than 1 million people in the streets here.
That's right. They had to triple the length of the route, Tom, and the police commissioner says he is prepared to deal with as many as 6 million people who might show up along the funeral route. He says this is uncharted territory. You'll be going through some, and you'll be joining us as we do this, through some historic places in this capital city of this ancient nation, obviously, past Buckingham Palace and Hyde Park, working our way to Westminster Abbey, which was consecrated 1,000 years ago. This is obviously the most important religious site in this nation, where there have been so many kings and queens who've been coronated and buried here. And down in the crowd, which has been camped here for a couple of days now, is Jody Applegate of NBC News and MSNBC. Jody is there, and we'll be hearing from her throughout the course of the day. And back at Buckingham Palace, which has become a kind of instant shrine to Diana, even though she was effectively shown the door there a few years ago. Here is NBC's Sarah James. There have been millions of dollars spent by commoners in this country, the working class, bringing their families to Buckingham Palace. We'll be hearing from Sarah James as well today. And back at Westminster in the crowd once again, NBC's Kevin Tibble. So we're going to be, I think, fully covered here, Katie. One commentator noted last night on British television that it's somewhat ironic that a 13th century abbey would be the place to hold a funeral for a thoroughly modern princess. Some people have called her the first princess of the new age. She called herself the queen of the people's hearts, and Tony Blair, who was the British Prime Minister here, said that she was the princess of the people. Let's ask Tina Brown what her friends in Britain are saying about the impact of all of this on this nation, and whether, I know that everyone here was astonished at the kind of outpouring of grief, the depth of it, that she meant a lot to people. But do they think that this is some kind of a watershed time?
They do. Everybody, of course, has been shocked and astonished and moved and awed by the response. And I think people really feel that it's almost as if the British people have decided to renegotiate their contract with the royal family and demanded of them that they will now listen to the lessons that Diana tried to really make them listen to while she was alive. That the English people want a different kind of monarchy now. They do want a more communicative, more obviously caring, less stuffy, less rigid, less hidebound by protocol kind of a monarchy, and they want it, and they've asked for it in very clear voices. I thought it was very interesting, Tina and Andrew, that Queen Elizabeth, during her address to the nation, an unprecedented address except for one in 1991 during the Gulf War, that she said there are lessons to be learned from Diana's life and from the reaction to her death. Do you think she was talking about personal lessons for the palace?
I think this is very much more a personal than a political occasion. It's obviously one has to only look behind us to see what a massive event it is. But I think the messages that it's giving are mostly about the person of Diana and how much she was loved than anything to do with politics. I think Tina's absolutely right to say that the palace has got to modernise, but certain things they've done this week implies that they have at least learnt that lesson.
Do you think that the royal family will become, before sometime in the 21st century, just simply ceremonial here?
Well, it is pretty much simply ceremonial now, apart from there are a few prerogative powers that it still retains, which the Labour government are interested in cutting back. But nevertheless, there's going to be quite a big political debate before that happens.
Do you think that through some of the actions they took in the latter part of the week, that they got back into the public's good graces?
I don't think they were ever definitely out of them. the way in which the young princes, whom everybody speaks about, feeling the best interests of, but nevertheless, they were forced to grieve in a public way rather than in the way that they had hitherto chosen. And I think that they therefore have got an awful lot of sympathy from the public for having done that.
Apparently, the public can be fairly capricious in its attitudes towards the royal family. The front page of the London Mail on Thursday says, "Why isn't the royal family showing its grief?" And on Friday, the headline was, "Why we must support the royal family."
Well, there has been an ebb and flow throughout history about the relationship between the people and the monarchy.
They do. I mean, it seemed actually, I felt, somewhat invasive, really, of the tabloids to keep telling the royal family how they should grieve. You know, when you're grief-stricken, you do shut yourself up into solitude. And I think that the Queen rightly thought about her grandchildren and rightly spent her time with them and felt less about the sort of public PR position of what she should be showing than what she felt about her family. And I really warmed to her, frankly, for putting her children first.
And she gave quite an effective speech, didn't she?
She did. I mean, for her, it was a very effective speech. You know, I mean, she has a formal demeanour. She can't emote in the way that people sort of want her to, which is unfair because that's not who she is. But she did her best, and I think by calling the Princess Diana rather than the Princess, and by you know, evoking herself as a grandmother as well as a queen, I think she did move people very much.
And while she said that she admired Princess Diana, she never used the word love, however. Katie, I think Kevin Tibbles is down in the crowd.
That's right. He's down in the crowd with one of the many, many people who have staked out a position for days. Is that right, Kevin?
Well, Katie, I'm speaking with Jackie Fulton, who's come in on the train from Essex, which is outside of London, to be here today. And I'm just going to ask you, what did your family think when you made the decision to come down here?
My husband thought I was completely mad, but I just felt it was very important that we came as a mark of respect. I've come with a friend, and the atmosphere is wonderful. It's nice to be British.
Why was it important for you to be here yourself? Why couldn't you just stay home and watch it on television with the other millions?
I wouldn't have felt the same. The respect that everybody feels for Diana and the work she did, the caring role that she had, it was just wonderful, wonderful.
For you today, is it a sign, the fact that the royal family, the Queen, did come out yesterday, is it a sign today that perhaps all of the hiatus and the publicity over the way the funeral has been handled has now ended and the country can start grieving for Diana properly?
I think so, and I think it's very important that the royal family showed the people that they're here, but they did need the privacy in Balmoral, and I thought it was very moving, her speech, and it was human, very approachable.
What do you mean when you say it makes you proud to be British again?
Just look round you, feel the atmosphere. It's wonderful.
Interestingly enough, some people have actually even broken into song as we've been talking here. Back upstairs to you.
Sarah James is now down at Buckingham Palace talking with some other people who thought it was very important that they make their presence known today. Sarah?
That's right, Katie. Wahid and Diana Maud came from Slough, which is about 20 miles away from London. Diane, you were saying that London seems very different today.
Yeah, it's very quiet. You've got thousands of people all covering parts of London, and I've never seen it so quiet.
Wahid, why did you decide that it was so important for you to come and be here today?
I think the main reason was to relieve my pain and grief, to come down here and pay my respects. Otherwise, I would have felt really bad. And the way she was unique. And she did a lot of things for the poor people. And I think that's the main reason why I'm here.
Diane, you were saying she was a very different kind of monarch. We're right here in front of Buckingham Palace. Was she like the rest of the palace, in your opinion?
No, very different. Totally different to any of the royals I've known. I mean, I wouldn't say I was a royalist, but since she's come into the royal family, I think there's been a lot more public interest. But she's very much a people's person. She's wanted to try and drop these barriers between the monarchy and just the ordinary public.
Thank you both so much. We also have an American who's with us. And Katie, that's one of the remarkable things about all of this, is that people from all over the country are here. Megan Fitzgerald from Albany, why are you here?
I just wanted to come by. I was leaving Europe today, and just to see everything that was going on. It's sad. You can't imagine just walking around with thousands and thousands of people just keeping to themselves, being very quiet. I mean, there's literally thousands of people, and it's extremely quiet. It's sad. It's very sad.
You said it reminded you of a tragedy in the United States.
biggest tragedy in my lifetime in the United States was the Oklahoma City bombing, and there you were just glued to the television set, just wanting to see every little bit of information you could, trying to find out what was happening, what was going on. Similar to this, you just wanted to know what was going on and what was happening.
Are you struck by the silence, Megan?
Yes. I got off the train last night and I came in and walked around. Just crowds of people, you know, you're huddled together just walking, but it's silent.
All right, well, thank you so much. A number of the people who are here at Buckingham Palace lining the route, waiting for the funeral cortege to come by. Katie?
Thank you, Sarah. You know, it seems as if people are certainly saddened by the death of Princess Diana, but that something else altogether is at work here, that they want to be part of the communal experience. They want to be witnesses to history.
Well, this is an occasion that they'll not likely see again in their lifetime. Now, having said that, you know, there may be something that will come up in a few more years. But that young woman, I was struck by the fact that the defining moment in her life in terms of tragedy was the Oklahoma City bombing.
Which made you feel very old, I'm
right,
sure.
Right. Others think about the...
Made me feel old, too, Tom.
Right. Others talk about the Kennedy funeral, obviously, or the shuttle going down. Let's go now to Kensington Palace. The cortege is about to leave. That's the official residence. It's at one end of Hyde Park, and Diana maintained an apartment there. That was part of her settlement when she was divorced from Prince Charles, and the boys lived there with her.
I tend to think that Kensington Palace apartments were quite grand, but in fact they're surprisingly small. There was a small sitting room, 4 bedrooms, and a dining room that seated 16. So that in fact when Prince Charles and Diana were there together, particularly when things were strained, it was very small for them and quite claustrophobic. They couldn't expand because it would mean they'd have to evict someone else in the royal family in a neighbouring apartment.
In fact, a number of royals live at Kensington Palace, don't they, Andrew?
Oh, several, and they all live cheek by jowl, as Tina was saying.
Let's just take a moment and savor this. You hear the bells of Westminster Abbey in the background. Throughout the cortege, you'll be hearing them. They'll be tolling once every minute. When King George died, who led this country through World War II, they tolled every minute for his lifetime. There has been a dispute, Andrew, a bit about using a gun carriage and having any military association with Diana because she was so active in the anti-landmine movement, and they have kept it to a minimum here in terms of ceremony, haven't they?
They absolutely have. When Winston Churchill died, there were 7,000 troops at the ceremony. I think the gun carriage is a little unfair to criticise them over this because Princess Diana, although she was, of course, anti-militaristic, was never naive about this and often went to visit the troops in Northern Ireland, including this regiment itself.
As you can see, the crowd is very deep, very long, more than 1 million people expected here today, and very respectful.
4,000 police are on duty, Tom, and they've been instructed not to look at the procession, but to keep their eyes on the crowd. Prime Minister Tony
There's
Blair.
the Prime Minister, who had a very close association with her. He is now described as the head of the new Labour Party and wants to change things in this country. Tina, you know the Prime Minister. His relationship with her was very strong. In fact, she thought that the monarchy ought to take some clues from how he had won the hearts of the people here.
Yes, she was she had a lot of hope in the whole Tony Blair era. She felt that he was going to be the agent for change that might even, help change the royal family. And she did say that in June, when I met her, that she felt that his advisor, Peter Mandelson, was just exactly what the royal family needed to help advise them and change their attitudes to the media.
I know she also told you that he was one person who would know how to use her properly.
Yes, she believed that, and it was true, that he felt she could be very, very helpfully used on specific missions, particularly to China. She wanted to go to China, and she felt she was going to be able to persuade him to back her in that.
And that was already beginning to drive the Tories around the bend a little bit, the Conservative Party here. They were calling her naive, would become, one of them said anonymously a week before her death, she'd become an instrument of the Labour Party.
I think that it was simply that she felt she had a rapport with a younger, more idealistic, more communicative kind of Prime Minister. He was just the kind of person she could talk to. And it was easy for her to forge a bond with him.
This journey to Westminster Abbey is expected to take about an hour and 47 minutes. The 6 horses, there was some concern that they might get slightly agitated walking through such an enormous crowd. So yesterday at their barracks, apparently soldiers threw artificial flowers and rolled up newspapers at them to see what their reaction would be, to ensure that they would remain calm if the crowd did not.
Guards, part of this procession. This ceremony has been described as a unique ceremony for a unique person. Buckingham Palace and the royal establishment here, as you might expect, has a complete set of plans for everyone who is a member of the family, but because she no longer carried the HRH title, they no longer had contingency plans for her. That was one of the reasons that it was delayed for a full week. When you see that casket coming on this procession and these crowds turn out, it almost seems inadequate to say that it is Shakespearean. It goes beyond that.
It is inadequate, but there's so much to it. The royal standard that you see there has got, just as it did in Shakespeare's Henry V, the fleur-de-lis of France as part of the standard. Now, we haven't had any possessions in France since 1558, but nevertheless, that doesn't mean that anything has to change with the flag.
On top of the coffin, white lilies, Diana's favorite flowers.
I think you must ask Tina about that. She's more likely to know.
Yes, white lilies were her favorite flowers, and it's certainly what she would have wanted.
Let's just absorb the moment here.
The noises we hear in the background are actually sobs coming from people who are gathered. Many have spent 3 nights here.
Well, the utter reality of it all becomes crystal clear when this cortege passes, obviously. And they think about Diana, the height of her life, 36 years old, transcendent beauty, struggling to find some happiness. And then this.
I think the image burned on the minds of many people most vividly is Princess Diana, mother of 2 young sons, William, 15, and Harry, next week, 13.
No, she will burn in the public mind forever as a perennial, as 36 forever, and any flaws in her character, any criticisms of her character are all been expunged by the tragedy and the untimeliness of her death.
Andrew, do you think that there will be any time for young William and Harry now, after all of this and all of the discussion about the attention of the press, the paparazzi, members of the royal family, that there will be any immunity for them from that for a period of time?
Well, there's an unwritten deal done with editors of national newspapers that they will not intrude into the children's education. one can only hope and pray that Prince William does not now inherit his mother's position as the #1 media interest figure, and they then break this agreement. If that does happen, then who's to say he might well go the same way as her. It would be just impossibly tragic if that did.
He already has an intense dislike for the press.
And one that is only likely to have been hugely increased by the events of the last week.
We're hearing the tenor bell from Westminster Abbey toll half muffled every minute during the procession. Andrew, what can you tell us about the Welsh Guards?
The 8 guardsmen, 4 on each side of the coffin as they march and 2 behind, are from the elite household regiment, the Welsh Guards. It was formed in 1915 during the Great War. It served with enormous distinction across northern Europe in the Second World War and in every other major field of theatre of conflict since then. It is close to the heart of the Prince of Wales, and the Princess visited it on many occasions. The Prince of Wales is the Colonel-in-Chief. It's won Victoria Crosses in several of the most arduous battlefields of the century.
And Richard Williams, the leading guardsman, is quite a hero in this country.
He's quite a hero. All of the guardsmen are over 6 feet. Richard Williams is a little bit taller than that, and he's much loved in the regiment. He won a military cross, the next gallantry medal down from the Victoria Cross, when he saved 100 Cambodian villagers when he was a volunteer for the United Nations Expeditionary Force in Cambodia in 1993. This medal was given him personally by the Prince of Wales, and he has been chosen specifically to lead the procession, or at least lead the Guards detachment of the procession.
NBC's Keith Miller is along the cortege route. Keith?
Well, we are witnessing an historical moment. The gun carriage is slowly making its way from Kensington Palace, the former home of Princess Diana. The crowd's about 8 deep here, very solemn. At least at the beginning, it was a little bit noisy. It has quieted down as the funeral procession slowly makes its way by. The gun carriage, of course, with the King's troops, Royal Horse Artillery. The coffin is on an oak platform just above a gun that was actually used in the First World War. A very, very solemn ceremony, and I must say, the people here realize that they are witnessing an historic moment.
We'll witness it with them for a few moments. You can see from the expressions on the faces of the people just how deeply attached they were to Diana, Princess of Wales. Tina, in her death as in her life, this kind of ceremony, she really was the one who was called to resolve those conflicts between modernity and tradition in this country, wasn't she? She was a bridge.
She was a bridge, and she fought for the change. It's an incredible irony that she really, in the end, has achieved what is really a shaking to the core of the royal sort of self-image by her death. I mean, she begged them really to rethink the way they did many things, and felt trapped by the protocol and trapped by the court and trapped by the palace way. And you know, she was often belittled for that. But in dying, I think everyone's understood that she was right. And I think that's part of the moving nature of today's emotionalism.
She was a bridge, and yet she sometimes, Andrew Roberts, crossed that bridge and rankled not only members of the royal family, but members of the British public as well, did she not?
I think that it's very easy to exaggerate this, in that The odd member of Parliament, and you get some very odd members of Parliament, do not necessarily speak for the public. You only have to look behind you to realise how she was, although many people scoffed at it at the time, the Queen of People's Hearts. I wonder, though, whether these Conservative members of Parliament, how they feel now, having criticised her, usually off the record in a fairly cowardly way. I wonder how they must feel today.
One member of the Conservative Party said that Labour, the party of Tony Blair, trying to hijack the affections of a susceptible, volatile, and politically inexperienced woman who is in a sensitive position. That was just a few days before her death. It was that kind of attack that she was constantly subjected to her, and that was about the position against landmines, and she quickly said, this is not a political position I'm taking, it's a humanitarian position. Keith Miller along the cortege route.
Quite remarkable here. The cortege has just passed us about a minute ago or so, and a lot of people are not leaving their positions along these pedestrian guardrails. They're just lingering here. I think a lot of them don't know what to do, where to go next, because what they've seen is historic and it has now passed them by. Of course, the former home of Princess Diana, Kensington Palace, is now empty, and I think there's a sense of finality here which perhaps is draining them. They're just not moving. They're just staying right where they were when the procession moved by. Many people are, of course, milling around, but a considerable number not leaving, and we are still seeing people arriving here placing flowers and notes of sympathy. It's remarkable that it continues even though the procession has passed us.
We want to show you now a map of the route itself and where it is along that route. I'm going to act as a kind of a sunscreen for Katie here so that we can look at it here in the bright sunshine. They're about Royal Albert Hall. And Royal Albert Hall, obviously, is an important place here. Those of you who have come to London in the past know that it is one of the great concert halls. Everyone from Lowell Thomas to Luciano Pavarotti have performed there. In fact, I think that it was there that Diana may have heard Pavarotti the first time, Andrew.
It's a great cultural centre and has been since it was built by contributions of the general public in 1872 at the same time as the Albert Memorial. These were another outpouring of national grief for the death of Queen Victoria's husband, who also died at a young age, but not so tragically young as this.
And now the cortege enters Hyde Park. The wreaths, we're told, on the casket are from her brother, Earl Spencer, and one from each son, a total of 3 on the casket.
It is at Hyde Park where 2 big screen television sets have been placed.
I think 3 now.
Well, one at St. Regent's Park, I understand, or is it Regent's Park?
I'm not sure, but there are 3. Yes, you might be right. There are 3 in total. Huge screens too. But lots of people don't want to go and watch this on huge screens. They think that if they're going to watch it at all, they should watch it on the television if they're not going to be there. And if they are going to be there, they want to see the real thing.
It is a real coming together of ancient tradition and the modern age. This television broadcast seen around the world today, obviously, and it has been pervasive since early Sunday morning when we first learned of the accident and then subsequently the death of Diana, Princess of Wales.
It is still unclear whether Prince William and Prince Harry will be following the coffin in the procession. It was reported that Prince Charles wanted to see how they were faring and how they were holding up before the ultimate decision was made.
Katie, the ultimate destination here, obviously, is Westminster Abbey, and the doors now have been opened to the Abbey as people begin to arrive. They expect some 2,000 altogether, and it is going to be an eclectic combination of the British political establishment, but also the cultural establishment and celebrities from around the world, Tina.
Yes, well, the of course, there was no real system laid out to get these guests together because people didn't know really how to make the list. So in fact, the way the list was made, certainly the first invitations that went out were to her last Christmas card list. And, you know, some of her friends thought it was sort of, it was a strange group that was receiving invitations because, you know, it was everybody from sort of hairdressers and makeup people to someone she'd met at the gym. And, you know, Christmas card lists are a strange melee of the things you've done all year. So in the end, they called in one of her older private secretaries who'd been with her longer, who'd now left, and asked for his help and said, you know, please try to sort out who was a real friend and who was just someone that she'd got to know that year.
The fact that it is not a state funeral apparently gave the Spencer family much more flexibility in terms of who they wanted to invite. They were not obliged to invite heads of state, and in fact, in many cases, invited the first ladies.
Yes, in fact, it's very much a woman's ceremony today. There are many. Diana had many women friends, and I think, interestingly, women of every kind of caste and color and station in life felt a tremendous empathy with her. You know, her broken marriage, her attempts of, you know, self-realization, her bad romances. I mean, every woman can identify with it.
Her bad body image.
Her bad body image.
This will take about an hour and 47 minutes altogether if it stays on schedule, and then at 11 a.m. in the morning here in London, and that would be 6 a.m. Eastern Time in America, the funeral services will begin at Westminster Abbey, and we think that they'll run for about 45 minutes. Then there will be a minute of silence nationwide, and then there will be another procession to the family estate north of London, where she will be buried, now we're told, on an island in a lake on the family estate, not at the family chapel.
The family chapel is open to people in the community who worship there, and apparently they were greatly relieved when they heard the news that she would not be buried there because they feared that it would become this huge tourist attraction, well, rightly so.
They were terrified it was going to become Graceland. It's the last thing they want. It's a quiet little village. It's been in the family for a long time. And it would be an awful intrusion on the sensibilities of that small village of some 200 people.
I think there is something extremely romantic and about burying her on an island in a lake. It has a wonderful aloofness and yet at the same time a great beauty for her.
I thought it was an interesting choice because Earl Spencer said the day after she was killed that she's finally in a place where no one can touch her.
Exactly, they can't get her there.
A temporary bridge will be placed to the island during the burial. It's unclear if that will remain, but the Spencer family will open up the burial site for a few weeks every year so people can come by and see it. Supposedly has strong childhood attachments. You can almost envision her frolicking and playing.
And she used to love to walk beside that lake. That was one of her favorite places to go for an early morning walk.
She and William and Harry had all planted oak trees in the area, Spencer family tradition since 1833.
As we watch this cortege proceed now to Westminster Abbey, we're told that the official estimates of the crowd now is over 1 million. The official estimate is over 1 million in the city of London, and it is growing. We have some additional information for the flowers, those of you who have been watching this casket in this solemn procession through the streets of London. The roses, we're told, are from her youngest son, Harry, in the front of the casket. The tulips are from William in the back. The lilies are from her brother, Earl Spencer, who was known as Lord Althorp, you may remember, and he worked for a time for NBC News, but he now lives in South Africa, and he was in a understandable rage when this occurred, especially against the paparazzi. He said, I always believed that they would cause the death of her, but I think he always meant that metaphorically.
He was very close to Diana because when their mother left for Petersham Kid, the two eldest girls were at boarding school, and it was Diana who would listen to the sobs of her brother at night, crying for his mother, and it would be she who would go to his room to comfort him.
She was part of British aristocracy, but she did have a difficult childhood, Tina, didn't she? With her mother leaving,
She had an extraordinarily difficult childhood. I mean, it is unusual for a mother not to be, to leave the entire brood like that. And it was a very hard hand that Mrs. Shan Kidd was dealt when the court decided that she would not get custody of the children. And it often happened at that time, and particularly for the aristocracy. But it was a terrible blow from which her mother never really recovered, and certainly, I think, damaged the 6-year-old Diana tremendously to just lose all that support and love from her mother so early.
Especially when her father made what was in her eyes a bad second marriage.
Yeah, she did not like Rain at all. I mean, it's very hard for any stepmother coming in that sort of situation. But the children did not like her, and that added to her feeling of alienation and betrayal and confusion.
It's now being reported, after much speculation about whether Prince William and Prince Harry will follow the cortege, that they will join it at the Mall, which is called Mall here.
Yes, that's right.
Along with Prince Charles and Earl Spencer.
Well, we're very close to that now. I mean, that shan't be too long from now that they will be getting there. We're in Hyde Park, and the Mall is the area that proceeds from Buckingham Palace, past St. James's Palace. They'll go through Wellington Arch, called the Constitution Arch as well, which is a tribute to the great military hero, the Duke, obviously, and that is closed to the rest of us, but it is used only by the royal family.
It's the Wellington Arch, just above Constitution Hill, and named after the Duke. It was where the Duke's house, Apsley House, that was built for him by a grateful nation after the Battle of Waterloo, is situated. And then Constitution Hill goes beside the gardens of Buckingham Palace. Considering we don't have a written constitution, it's a curious name, but nevertheless.
They took down the statue of the Duke there and put up a peace chariot for some time.
They did, but then the statue was replaced, and there are also some splendid war memorials there as well. Some of the most impressive work of our architect Sir Edwin Lutyens.
The sight of Prince William and Prince Harry following their mother's coffin will undoubtedly be perhaps the most heart-wrenching scene we see all day long. They and Prince Charles, as we all know, showed up yesterday at St. James's Palace and spoke to some of the people who had gathered there.
It was extremely moving to see, this awkward and shy and sweet, Prince William, and then the very young Prince Harry. It's the hardest of all for him at the age of 11. And very ironic that Princess Diana, who had been left herself so young by her mother and is so determined for her children, have a really warm present.
We're seeing them now, just briefly there on videotape, and they've received a number of bouquets from the well-wishers, and they were, I must say, for these youngsters who have been raised, obviously, in this kind of life, but they have such dignity and such presence. Young William, who is not happy about making these kinds of public appearances, was the son that every mother would want to have yesterday.
He was very, very close to Diana, too, because he was at the age where he could comfort her, and he often did. And once when she was in tears, he pushed some Kleenex under the bathroom door and said, "I hate to see you cry."
And when she told him about the book by James Hewitt, he apparently said, "Oh, Mummy, you've been hurt. Here's a box of chocolates to make you feel better." So he's a very, very empathetic young man. She once described him as seeming almost 30 years old after he gave a welcome speech at one of her Christmas parties.
And of course, he looks very much like her, too, which is...
We are... it has now passed through the Prince of Wales Gate, Andrew. You're probably seeing this better at home than we are because we have lights in our television monitors here and we're having a little difficulty knowing exactly where we are at all times. This is the crowd. It is beginning to come.
You can see Sting. He is arriving at Westminster Abbey along with his wife, Trudy.
Yes.
He and Elton John, of course, sang at Gianni Versace's funeral, the very same funeral where Elton John was comforted by Princess Diana. He is one of the 1,900 invited guests. Hillary Clinton, of course, will be here representing the United States.
David Frost, who knew her well and has been a ubiquitous figure in this culture for a long, long time, obviously. Sir David Frost now.
David is married to Lady Karina Howard, who's one of the daughters of the Duke of Norfolk, so he sort of adopted really all the sort of friends of the aristocracy, and that's really how he got to know the Princess of Wales.
The Duke of Norfolk, of course, as Earl Marshal, would have, the Duke of Norfolk, as Earl Marshal, would have organised this had it been a state funeral. He only was allowed to step down because it's not officially one.
It's worth saying that others have not had a state funeral as well, but the one that this one is compared to, Andrew, is Lord Mountbatten, who was known as Uncle Dickie, obviously. He was a very, very influential figure in the family, very close to Prince Charles, and when he was killed, when he was assassinated by IRA terrorists, they gave him a funeral that was like this, unique and stately, but not officially a state funeral.
But Mountbatten himself drew it up and all the details of it. And so he always enjoyed having a good show, and he had behind him two people holding cushions with all his medals and orders and decorations on them. Although Princess Diana won medals and orders for her humanitarian work, she wouldn't have crossed her mind to have had that sort of flummery. The most enduring image of that Mountbatten funeral was his charger, which rode in the procession with his lifeguard's boots reversed in the stirrups.
Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise and
Steven
Spielberg is there as well.
Tom Cruise, of course, railed against the paparazzi following Princess Diana's death, saying that he had experienced the same level of harassment and called for it to stop.
Nicole Kidman, his wife, is with him, with Tom Cruise. She's a member of the Commonwealth, obviously, who came from Australia. She did touch many lives and move through many circles pretty easily, Tina.
Yes, she had many friends amongst the fashion world and many friends amongst the pop culture world, and she also made friends with the people who, you know, were her sort of wardrobe mistresses, face artists. I mean, there was a lady she used to call a lot on a Saturday night who was a kind of makeup artist, a little more than that because she was also a sort of therapist as well. And in fact, often on a Saturday night when she was alone at Kensington Palace, she would call this woman and say, you know, you told me to call if I'm ever alone, and I'm alone again on a Saturday night. And they would talk about her problems.
Sarah James is at Buckingham Palace with someone that knew Diana, and it's worth pointing out, by the way, Sarah, that I think that there are something like 100 representatives of the various charities that Diana was close to who are involved in this procession today.
And it makes so much sense, Tom, because she gave so much to so many people, and indeed the person we're about to talk to is an example of that. So many of the famous are filing into that church, and Vincent Seabrook isn't famous. In fact, the way you met Princess Diana is very unusual. You were asking her for money.
Yeah, so I was actually living on the streets, and I just, you know, I was really tired, and I was asking members of the public for money, you know, just to live. It all happened all of a sudden.
Did you realize it was the princess?
No, not at all. Not until I'd asked her, and she turned around, and then I realised it was the princess, and I just felt like I wanted the world to swallow me up there and then.
What did she do?
she came back over to me and she crouched down and she just asked me my name, my age, why I was on the street, where's my parents, and she was, she sat down and talked to me, just telling me, why am I on the street, what she does for people.
She got you some food, didn't she?
She did, yes. She went her way and got me some food, and came back about 5 minutes later, and she said, tuck in, and I just didn't know what to do. I was hungry, but I didn't want to eat because I didn't know how to eat properly in front of royalty.
But in fact, not only did Vincent Seabrook get money from the princess that night, but he tells us that in addition to that, she also took him to one of her charities, one of the hostels where people who are on the street are given aid. He spent some time there, and 2.5 years later, 2.5 years after meeting the princess, he's now got a job as a security guard, that is, and his life has turned around. Tom, that's just one of the stories of people who have been touched by the princess.
As Andrew corrected me, I think there are 500 representatives of the various charities who have been invited to march here. She was unusual in her charitable work. It's kind of the occupation of the royal family, but she chose charities that were not necessarily popular, and she chose charities in which she immersed herself. There was an exchange of letters, apparently, between Prince Philip, her father-in-law, and Diana, in which he said, it is the duty of the princess to be more than popular, and she wrote back and said, why can't we change some of these charities with which I'm involved? And she got involved in AIDS and homelessness and the anti-landmine movement around the world, went to Africa and held babies and did things that other members of that family had not done. They'd always been in charities that were kind of safer and from a distance.
Yes, she chose her charities from her heart. She really did. And they gave her great joy. I mean, those were her greatest moments of happiness when she was involved with these things. When she, and she could do things that frankly would repel other people. She would hold the stump of a person with leprosy, in Indonesia. She would, she was the first to really shake hands with the AIDS victims and take away that stigma. And it gave her great strength and joy. She loved doing it, and she radiated when she did it.
She almost had a natural ability to reach out and comfort people.
She did have a natural ability. She knew always the right thing to say to put people at ease. She was willing to get down on the floor with children. She would chat about, make small talk with people, old people in old folks' homes. I mean, she loved doing it. It wasn't an act. It was a real, it was an act, of course, on one level, but on the other level, it's deeply felt, and seemed to be her real moments of achievement and happiness.
In fact, some of the people whom she has helped in the past greatly resent the insinuation that somehow these were image-enhancing photo opportunities. They say she did feel very, very deeply about what she was doing.
She did.
As the cortege makes its way now through Hyde Park and slowly winds its way toward Buckingham Palace, the official residence of the royal family, let's go to NBC's Jane Pauley, who is there now. Jane?
Tom, I'm at Buckingham Palace with Robert Fox. For introduction purposes, the chief foreign correspondent at the London Daily Telegraph and historian who will join me all morning. We've seen some signs, Tom, of Rolls Royces pulling up in aside the east front of Buckingham Palace here. Robert Fox, we expect then to see the royal family joining or leaving for the Abbey, or perhaps joining the cortege. What do you think?
I think we're going to see a very elaborate and quite quick movement. The first thing will involve the symbol of this all, the standard, the Queen's standard, the royal standard coming down.
Which flies above the palace.
And as the Queen will depart with her party to Westminster Abbey, then we understand, and this will be quite dramatic, that the three princes, Prince Charles and his sons, and Princess Diana's sons, Harry and William, and her brother, Earl Spencer, joining the cortege and following it solemnly down the Mall in front of us, through Horse Guards, where curiously they will go under the gaze of the statue of the last person to be accorded anything like this, Earl Mountbatten, down into Whitehall, and then Parliament Square, Westminster Abbey.
Tom, this all could be happening very shortly, so we'll keep you posted.
All right. Thank you very much, Jane Pauley. Let's go back to the cortege now. Momentarily, we do expect to see the members of the royal family. All right, Jim Miklaszewski, you'll be hearing him but not seeing him. Jim, tell us about the mood where you are.
Well, Tom, we're on South Carriage Driveway, and the gun carriage carrying Princess Diana is now passing.
Crowds have been lined up here, at least 10 deep, for some 3 to 4 hours, Tom. And then just before the procession began, the crowd swelled to at least 3 times that, 25, 30, even 40 or 50 deep in some locations. And what's remarkable, Tom, from our vantage point up above South Carriage Drive, the absolute stillness in the crowd. People have been standing in the same spot, absolutely silent, for several hours. And that silence is still all-pervasive. And what's even more remarkable, behind the stationary lines of spectators and mourners, as they watch the cortege move past them very slowly, there is a mass migration of people just behind the lines as they make their way through Hyde Park following the cortege.
All right, activity, thank you very much, Jim Miklaszewski. Activity is beginning to pick up here at Westminster Abbey now. A long line of men in dark suits and women, appropriately dressed, obviously, winding their way into this great and ancient church. Members of the royal establishment, of the political establishment, the royal family, political leaders from around the world, friends of Diana's, including rock stars and movie stars.
Richard Branson is approaching down the street.
It's young Phillips, I think, isn't it? Yes, sir. This is Richard Branson. You know him from Virgin Airways. Very popular figure in this country and a great friend of hers who helped the family apparently make the arrangements for the services. He is well known as one of Britain's most successful entrepreneurs with his airlines and his music stores and his records, parachuting, daredevil stunts, ballooning.
And possibly also his political ambition. His name has been put forward as a future mayor of London.
He's certainly a wonderful combination of the sort of renegade, pop figure and a brilliant entrepreneur, and he manages to keep a foot in so many camps. He's a very entertaining.
Cindy Crawford is arriving at Westminster Abbey. No, sorry, it's difficult to see. No, it's not. Though she's quite beautiful as well. Apparently, Cindy Crawford.
That's Lady Annabel Goldsmith, the widow of Sir James Goldsmith, with her daughter, his daughter as well, Jemima Khan, the wife of Imran Khan, the Pakistan cricketer and politician.
Lady Annabel often used to have the princess to lunch at the weekend. She has a very relaxed and sort of loose kind of a household where children come and go and dogs and, all kinds of friends dropping in. And the princess used to love going there and having lunch and doing the washing up afterwards with the family.
It was where I met the princess, and one of the things we haven't mentioned, which I'm sure Tina wants to mention as well, is in all of this talk of her serious side and her philanthropy, she was also a very, very funny person, very witty, hilarious. The whole table would roar with laughter when she was present.
Yeah, she was very irreverent, and she went to that house to have fun, and she gave a lot of fun when she went.
Apparently, she would sometimes even impersonate the Queen in a very humorous way.
She was a very mean mimic.
A Texas businessman wrote in a paper yesterday about the first time that he met her and how excited he was, and she came to the line and knew exactly what to say to him. She said, "How do you use that expression, y'all?" And he gave her a quick lesson in it, and she went on, and he said, "I felt as if I'd spent hours with her." The horses are from Ireland. Their uniformity in color is obvious to all of us who are watching there. Actually members of the British Army, these horses, and they were fed some extra rations last night to keep them alert. Anyone who's been around horses at all is suitably impressed not only by the great look of these horses, but by their calmness and their own innate sense of dignity.
They need to be strong as well, because it's 40 tons, the lead-lined coffin, so they have to be pretty tough with,
40 stones, right?
No, I mean the gun carriage as well.
Oh, I see.
And it had to have it pulled by those horses. Those 6 horses have to be really tough.
We tried to find some information about the coffin, and all we could find out was it was 40 stones, and it is lead lined, and that's about all we know. These are the representatives of some 110 charities. The youngest following the procession is 5 years old, a little girl with cancer.
That's a wonderful touch, I think, Tina, to have these people there.
Yes, it's certainly something she would have wanted.
Former Prime Minister Heath.
Deputy Prime Minister Prescott.
Want to mention it's an absolutely gorgeous September day. Temperature is expected to be about 68. Rain is expected a little bit later on today, but that's hard to believe given the blue skies that exist right now.
Very much like the day of her wedding, Tina, which is a June day. I mean, it is so haunting in so many ways, you know, that this very procession route that we saw, a different kind of joyous celebration at that time. She was being introduced to the world and was captivating. A friend of Tina's by the name of Claude James has written in the special edition of the New Yorker, said that it was like seeing her for the first time in person was like watching the sun come up. She had that kind of beauty.
Yes, and in fact it's amazing really the way she's presided over 2 occasions, which have brought forth such an incredible, powerful show of emotionalism. The intense joy of that day and the intense grief of this day. Quite unprecedented.
Tom Corby is an author and has written about the royal family. He joins us now to give us his perspective on this incredible event.
An incredible event. I mean, she would have looked at this and said, is this for me? I'm bowled over by it. I'm completely bowled over. I mean, at the beginning of the week, who would have thought that this response?
Do you think the British people have even surprised themselves? I know I've read that in places.
I think they have. But I think a lot of people also, maybe not grieving, but swept up by a great national occasion. And that's what it is. And that's what it's become. I think she, who was a lot more self-effacing than people imagine, would have preferred something quietly up in Northamptonshire, which is getting later on. But this, I've covered all Diana's engagements when I was a royal journalist. This is her last engagement. That's how I see it. And it moves me incredibly.
You know, the fact is that in her public career, beginning, I think, with her marriage, we always underestimated her. I mean that in a collective way. That people...
That's Mohammed
Fayed, who is the father of Dodi Fayed, and he drove his son's black Range Rover here, we're told. He's been a controversial figure in this country for some time. He's been denied British citizenship and a passport. In the last 24 hours or so, the family's been very active in showing videotape from the hotel, from security cameras, talking about the relationship between the two, and personal details about an exchange of gifts. Dodi Fayed was buried immediately, obviously, because he's a Muslim, and his father has talked in the last 20 hours or so about going to the morgue to see his son, and said that he seemed to be at peace, and to see Diana as well.
And going to the Paris apartment and noting some of the gifts that Diana had in fact given Dodi, a pair of cufflinks that had belonged to Earl Spencer, a gold cigar clipper with a tag inscribed "From Diana with Love," and apparently Dodi Fayed had written a poem and had it inscribed on a silver plaque and left it for her under her pillow. Luciano Pavarotti.
Yes, he said he was just simply too moved by her death to perform here today.
And at first he wasn't even going to attend the
no.
funeral.
Right. He seems obviously terribly distraught. Let's go now to Buckingham Palace if we can. Jane Pauley is there, and we're told cars are beginning to move, Jane.
Well, as Robert Fox, who's with me now, said, the choreography seems to be beginning. There is much movement. What do you see happening, and what do you expect?
I expect the minor royals, so-called, immediate to the royal family, to start moving off for Westminster Abbey. And it's ironic, just as it will come down in the next few minutes, the Standard is flying at full extension now.
It became very quiet here all of a sudden, and I see people entering those automobiles.
They will be the ladies in waiting, they will be security officials, and the cars are literally soundlessly gliding out. And so the royal family is on its way to probably an unbelievably testing day, testing in a way that none of them could have imagined.
When you say the minor royals, will they lead the way and the Queen would follow?
They will go, as the Spencers will go, just as a family closely involved. And that will be the role of Princes Andrew, Edward, the Princess Royal, Princess Anne. They are just family mourners at the moment in this.
We earlier saw the Rolls-Royce that bears the Queen's standard enter the palace yard, so the Queen is getting ready as well. Tom, I heard you talking about the wedding, and of course I'm sitting pretty much exactly where you and I were sitting for the occasion of the royal wedding, and thinking of the role of the Queen then as now is somewhere behind in terms of where the focus of the attention on today is her former daughter-in-law. And Robert Fox was reminding me that it's interesting that the sovereign, the Queen, is not today the chief mourner.
No, she is just a family member in this. And it's interesting that the focus will be on the four males and Lady Diana, as she will, to millions of our viewers still be, Lady Diana, Diana Princess of Wales' two sisters, who have been incredibly moved, but I think that they have done a great deal. One of the cars is leaving, and I think it's Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, has gone out on his own.
Is it likely that the procession will follow quickly?
I think the rest will go, and then we will have what in military terms would be called, and they will the escort will come under command of Captain Richard Williams, a captain of the Prince of Wales Company of the Welsh Guards, and then the slow march of the cortege will take place to Westminster Abbey itself, followed, as we now know, by the three princes and Charles Althorp, Earl Spencer.
Jane, we're seeing Elton John come in and George Michael come in as well. Elton John will sing a song that he has rewritten, and he said last night that they'd had a row, but that they'd been reunited, Diana and Elton John, at the funeral for Versace, their common friends.
Copies of the song will be sold throughout London, and the proceeds will go to the Princess Diana's memorial fund that's been set up by Buckingham Palace. Apparently her favorite Elton John song was Your Song, not Candle in the Wind, but somehow Candle in the Wind seems extremely appropriate.
At Hyde Park Corner now, as the cortege is making its way into the heart of the crowd here. The crowd is everywhere, obviously. And
Since we'll try to refrain from speaking during the actual service itself, Tom, maybe we should give people watching back in the States, and for that matter all over the world, some kind of idea of what will take place during that service.
It'll be a traditional Anglican service with some added attractions, obviously. Elton John will be singing. You'll hear Tony Blair reading from Corinthians. There will be readings as well by Diana's two sisters. And the hymns will be sung by the BBC choir. What you'll see is a traditional, not entirely high Anglican service here today, but one that has a kind of popular motif to it. Wouldn't you agree, Andrew?
It's an interesting mishmash, both ecclesiastically and obviously socially, and in terms of the music and the hymns. A couple of the most patriotic hymns we have, some of the most patriotic music, Nimrod by Elgar, for example, and also, as you say, some pop music.
I don't think that at this venerable church there's ever been an assemblage quite like that.
No, not quite.
Well, it did see the coronation of William the Conqueror in 1066, which was quite an occasion. In fact, the beginning of British history, modern British history.
I understand that, but you don't think the rock stars of the time came to attend?
I'm sure.
It also saw the wedding of the Duchess of York.
We're looking at pictures of Henry Kissinger, excuse me for interrupting, along with his wife, Henry Kissinger, speaking very movingly of Diana.
They were very close. Actually, she counted on him. He would see her whenever he came to London, and they would talk about a lot of matters, both personal and political.
That's Winston Churchill, the grandson of the great Prime Minister.
Son of Pamela Harriman, the ambassador to Paris, who recently died also at the Ritz when she was swimming.
He's just walking past the tomb of the unknown soldier. A British warrior is all it says. The bones of a man who fought at the First World War.
We might want to point out as well, Tom, that family members have requested that their faces not be shot during the course of the service, so we will not be seeing, I think appropriately, the faces of Prince William and Prince Harry during the service, but just the faces of those who will be speaking.
It'll be difficult enough.
Andrew Roberts, tell us again the significance of actually going through the Wellington Arch.
Well, again, this is a massive break with precedent. Only sovereigns go through the Wellington Arch, and since it was built, nothing but that has been the rule, and now a non-sovereign, indeed legally, in legal terms, a non-royal, is going through. So quite another break with precedent, yeah.
Beginning of the service. They seem to be, so far as we can tell, generally on schedule here. These are plans that are, under other circumstances, are worked out with military precision. They had only a week to work these out because there were no contingency plans, as we have said repeatedly. And there's the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, who has just taken office here, a young man, older than Diana, but in a way, generationally, he shared many of her ideas, and they had become close. Tina.
Yes, she found in him, a compassionate and communicative man who she could talk to about what she felt could be her role. She was dying for a role, something that she could do that would really help the country without her having to sort of, in a way, conduct her own sort of guerrilla missions to do things on her own. She wanted to really be of use, and she believed that Tony Blair sympathised with that position, and she told him she wanted to be a sort of ambassador for the country and sent to trouble spots.
Tony Blair is downplaying this, Tom, but there's some speculation that a phone call to Balmoral Castle A 15-minute conversation he had with Prince Charles prompted the royal family to return to London a bit earlier than they had originally planned. Andrew, do you think that's true?
That sounds like pure speculation to me. The details will not be known for 30 years, the true details, and who can say what, who said what to whom in a telephone conversation. Neither side are leaking.
The actor Tam Conti is coming in behind Tony Blair as well. A confluence of her many interests once again, and we've commented on that on several occasions here.
Tony Blair and his wife Sherry have been compared to Bill and Hillary Clinton, Tina Brown. Fair comparison?
No, I think they're very unlike, really, actually. I don't think there is a great deal of resemblance between them. I mean, obviously, you know, both Tony Blair and President Clinton are very brilliant, and you know, their wives are women of great seriousness. But there isn't. I think they're more unalike than they are alike.
Tony Blair once played in a rock band himself. I mean, he was a young man who was very much of his time when he came up here, Mr. Attenborough.
Lord Attenborough now. Yeah.
Clive James, the TV critic who often used to give the princess advice about television appearances. He begged her not to do the BBC interview, as a matter of fact, but she took no notice of his advice.
She was another one that, he was another one that they had a close relationship and then they had a falling out, and he wrote about that this week, but he said that he was utterly entranced by her. He described their relationship as being in cahoots. When she went to Japan, she asked what she could do that would be special, and he suggested that she learn a few phrases in Japanese. And that was enormously popular during her visit there when she, in fact, did just that.
Reminds you of Jackie Kennedy speaking French on one of her official state visits.
Jane Pauley is at Buckingham Palace. We're told that Queen Elizabeth is about to depart, and there, in fact, we're seeing through the gates what we think, yes, that's the departure of Queen Anne and Princess Anne. I believe that's Princess Anne with her under the hat.
Can see the Queen, and I'll invite Robert Fox to join me in recognizing people. I see Prince Philip, I think, because he's
Princess
so tall.
Royal, Princess Anne is there. It's the first time we've seen much of her, but this is absolutely unprecedented that they're coming out
on foot
to show themselves to the crowd on foot. It's a tremendous note of respect for Diana, amongst other things.
Of course, we're looking for Prince Charles.
Yes, I've seen him, and the princes are there. They are at the front, and they are coming out to salute, to pay their respect to this cortege as it comes down Constitution Hill, and it's on its way now.
Well, this is absolutely...
Again, absolutely unprecedented, never been seen before quite like this.
And as no surprise, the focus today is on those two boys.
Yes,
and
but they're standing, Jane, like an ordinary family at a gate. This may be a countryside, a rural funeral in any of the villages in England that Diana might have come from, in Northamptonshire or whatever. They're just standing there as one of the families deeply involved in the grief of this terrible, terrible event.
The crowd is energized by this. Many, many cameras being raised over the heads of the crowd, but still it's very silent. Nobody is speaking.
One ripple of applause and then silence. Quite astonishing.
You wonder how those young boys were prepared for this moment. William is 15 years old. Which is somewhere between boy and man, but...
Having two children who have just gone through that stage, it is just a terrible, terrible moment for boys and girls to lose their mother. At that stage of life, it really is, it is so poignant, and it really is now the focus of this procession. Really, what happens to the boys? It's what the Queen said, and she actually hit the right note with that. That's what the crowd have been talking about most of the morning. It's the boys, Diana and the boys now.
Well, as Tina Brown was describing earlier, the criticism that the family stayed up in Balmoral too long, neglecting the needs perhaps of her subjects. As Tina said, she was acting in her role as a grandmother, which would strike me as perhaps exactly what these boys' mother might have hoped somebody would do, treat them as boys who need family.
There's one word that drives the Queen's public life from the very beginning, from the war on, and it is duty. And whatever she did or didn't do, and this is where the criticism is unfair, in her own mind, the imperative would have been duty. Now, the thing is that they have broken with precedent. They are trying to be as warm and close to the boys as possible. They called in their nanny, extremely popular with them, Tiggy Legburg, who's been looking after them, comforting them since Tuesday, and she is going to be a very, very important figure in their family life, in their intimate circle now.
It's a little hard for me to see pictures. That was Princess Margaret, I believe, next to the Queen, and Americans, of course, will recognize Sarah.
It is a great gathering in. For the moment,
can you help me, Robert, and if we can adjust our monitor and look?
Yes, the family group includes everybody, because as we know, Sarah, Duchess of York, was very, very close indeed to Diana, and in fact she said terribly sadly, I feel truly I have lost a sister this week. So thank goodness a lot of the bitterness, a lot of the venom that there has been in the past about the do's and don'ts of the royals and the breakups of their marriage is being forgotten today.
Tom, we'll throw it back to you for the time being. I expect the cortege to be coming down Constitution Hill anytime, so we'll be back here at this location at that moment.
Thank you, Jane. We're at Westminster Abbey. You're watching the cortege now as it continues its procession and is approaching very close to Buckingham Palace. This is wholly unexpected, and we can't only anticipate what may happen next year. Andrew?
How do you mean what may happen next year? This can't happen again. This until maybe the funeral of the Queen or the Queen Mother, we're not going to have anything like this, and even those might not quite equate.
Not in popular appeal, unfortunately.
I think it's interesting how as soon as the news of the death hit, people just moved instinctively to Buckingham Palace as if they felt they had to be there even though there was nobody home. And they waited simply as a gesture of solidarity.
This obviously is a gesture to the public as well. They're coming out and standing, and they're being so public and so exposed here and trying to, in some way, to show their association with this moment in this very public way.
I think a lot of them are thinking about their grandchildren, telling their grandchildren, and that's one of the reasons that they've brought so many young children as well.
I'm not sure it's a gesture to the public. I think it's a gesture to Diana, a public mark of respect for her.
Now we're coming down, Andrew, as you corrected me earlier, Constitution Hill, and we'll be approaching the palace shortly.
On the right-hand side as she goes are the beautiful and vast gardens of Buckingham Palace. You never really realise quite how big they are unless you fly over them.
There's a huge herbaceous border over the wall. Beautiful herbaceous border. Yes, the standard.
The Royal Standard is still flying at full staff. There has been some talk that it would go to half staff, which again would be something completely unprecedented here.
The Union Jack flag instead will fly at half staff when the royal family leave.
Right.
And it will fly half staff until midnight.
That's right, yes.
Expressions on those people's faces.
Interesting sign. Of course, people wonder how stoic Prince William and Prince Harry will be. They were quite stoic yesterday when they walked among the crowd.
But did you notice the shadows under their eyes?
very attentive. Some of the largest cheers that we've had here at Westminster Abbey as people debus came for the Chelsea pensioners, who are the old veterans who fought in wars this century. The Chelsea Hospital was set up in the reign of King Charles II 300 years ago.
Back at Westminster Abbey, there's some anticipation that Hillary Clinton is arriving. She is coming because of her strong personal association. And she's here as a representative of the president and of the American people as well. They did share some very intimate chats at the White House and a lot of common concerns about children especially.
Meeting for the last time in June at the White House when Princess Diana talked quite poignantly about her upcoming trip to Bosnia. They first met during the D-Day ceremonies, anniversary ceremonies. The president says he plans to watch the funeral, Tom, from his vacation spot at Martha's Vineyard, presumably with Chelsea as well.
Jane Pauley at Buckingham Palace.
Tom, the cortege is passing in front of the royal family even as we speak. The Queen has, for the first time, seen it pass along with Prince Charles and the Princes Harry and William. It's passing in front of their eyes immediately, even as I speak.
And the horses are at a very slow walk. Only the commanders of the escorts, I can see the busbies of the artillerymen of the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery. The officers salute the Queen, but the Queen and the royal family are absolutely still. They are a family paying respect.
And the reason I suspect that the pool camera is focusing on the cortege bearing the coffin carrying Diana's body is that the Queen had asked the media to be as respectful as possible of privacy. Though there we have a shot of the Queen, but not the boys. I think they were being very protective of Princes William and Harry.
Well, we understand, Jane, at this very point that the princes and Earl Spencer are going to join the procession.
Earl Spencer being their uncle.
Being their uncle.
Is, Diana's younger brother, Charles.
The coffin is now passing right in front of us. It's going round the Victoria Memorial outside Buckingham Palace. We can see the trumpets of the white lilies and the white roses placed by the princes, Diana's sons.
Robert, when I was here 16 years ago, sitting at this very place, watching
flowers
a carriage flowing by and Diana a bride, what a different moment we're witnessing today.
And the crowd is following, but it is absolutely silent. It is quite astonishing. Now, the royal family is moving back to board the cars. Now, we were told that the princes were going to join it, but I don't see them walking past our position. They may join the procession later on as it gets towards the end of the Mall. It is now entering the Mall, the Royal Avenue, as it were.
If they joined the procession now, Robert, how long a walk would that have been? That might have been excruciating.
I think it would be, the rate it's going, it's about 25 minutes minimum.
So maybe it's not likely that they would have marched the whole way.
No, there's something astonishing happening, that somebody spontaneously in the crowd is playing a bagpipe lament. It is very, very strange. In 30 years of journalism and covering public events in Britain, I've never seen anything like this.
I'm told that you can maybe make out an envelope atop the casket. Looks like maybe it's propped up on the flowers near the front, and it's addressed to Mummy. To Mummy. Tom?
cortege, as you say, around the Queen Victoria Monument and begins its long and final journey to Westminster Abbey. In 1992, there was that memorable speech by Queen Elizabeth in which she described it as the year having been an annus horribilis. Andrew and Fergie were separated. Anne and Mark Phillips were divorced. Diana and her true story was published. There was a fire at Windsor Castle. That was 5 years ago. We can only imagine what she must be thinking about this year. Here now, coming out of, I think this is St. James's, preparing to join behind the cortege. It's Charles, William and Harry, Earl Spencer. Prince Philip is there as well.
Andrew Roberts, this is a very brave move on the part of the princess, is it not?
It's the enduring image, just as you had with JFK's funeral, that picture of the young JFK Jr. saluting his father's coffin. This is, I think, what people will remember of this funeral.
Certainly the most heartbreaking sight.
And this is what they wanted, those two boys.
They would have personally requested this after seeing their mother's coffin on Friday.
Prince Charles has been, as the Princess of Wales was, absolutely adamant that they must always choose. They would not have pressure put on them as he did when he was young. They would choose, and as Andrew said, this would have been their decision and theirs alone.
Bringing up the children was the one thing that the Prince and Princess never argued over.
They were united on that. Part of being royal. You have to do these things.
The younger boys with their hands clasped in front of them. Earl Spencer and Prince Charles in the traditional male posture of the royal family, their hands clasped behind them. Are they close to their uncle, Earl Spencer, Lord Elsa? You know?
Quite close. You know, he lives in Cape Town now, so not as close as they might have been if he'd stayed here. They're much closer to Peter Phillips, who is the son of Princess Anne, who's about 19 now,
and a big athletic star in this country.
And a big athletic star, and he's someone they really like.
And then behind are representatives of Diana's favorite charities. So this will be an unusual procession, to say the very least. You will have representatives of the homeless, AIDS organizations, and other organizations with which she was closely identified, marching just behind the former husband, her sons, and her brother. A rich mix of the many parts of her life. personal and otherwise.
Must be a huge solace to her sons to see how much the public loved her. You know, there's been so much controversy surrounding their mother, really, that now they have a very clear picture that she was adored.
At the same time, Tina, don't you think it might be a bit overwhelming for them? I almost felt sorry for them as the throngs of people reached out to them yesterday as they walked among the crowd.
I think it must be very, very confusing. I mean, you know, one minute she's, you know, a sort of rock star, the next minute she's a saint. You know, they saw her as their mother, who was always there for them, and all these roles colliding is a lot for these young boys to be dealing with.
Tom, all week long people have been commenting on the striking resemblance between Diana and her eldest son, Prince William. Even the manner where he sort of shyly puts his head down.
Right. This might be a moment to recall the lines of the great British poet Auden. Stop all the clocks, cut off the telephone, prevent the dog from barking with a juicy bone, silence the pianos, and with muffled drum, bring on the coffin, let the mourners come. One road in London, so many intersections of life, all coming together. Behind the casket bearing the body of the beautiful 36-year-old princess, who had created an extra form of royalty, not only in this country, but around the world. Described in the last 24 hours or so by the Catholic Archbishop of Westminster as being like all of us, flawed but lovable. Lovable to a degree that not even she could have appreciated in her wildest imagination.
She reminds me of the description that Jane Austen gave to her heroine Emma, faultless in spite of all her faults.
Somewhat a surprise that Prince Philip has joined in. He married the Queen in 1947. He is 76 years old.
Yeah.
Tom Corby, are you surprised to see him there?
Totally surprised. an unexpected arrival, but they're a gesture of solidarity.
They've just celebrated their golden wedding anniversary.
November.
Right.
November.
Right.
In this very church in November.
I remember vividly when they were married. That was another event that resonated around the world. I was
we had a day off school.
Right, a child at the time. He had not the best relationship with her. They had an exchange of letters from time to time, and she had a whole different idea of royalty than he did.
Well, he's an old-fashioned type of royal, and she was the new type of royal. But he did some pretty radical things when he arrived too. Upset a lot of people when he arrived. Overturned all sorts of things.
We're going to go to back to Westminster now. I think we're about to see the sisters arriving of Diana. They will be participating in the ceremonies today as well. It's Lady Sarah McCorquodale and Lady Jane Fellows.
Interestingly enough, Tom, Sarah dated Prince Charles, and he was visiting Althorp back in 1977 for a shooting party, visiting Sarah. And at that point, he met Diana. She was snared by the younger sister, I guess.
She was 17 at the time.
In a field, in a plowed field.
Mrs. Stan Kidd, the mother of Princess Diana.
The one who left the family when she was just 6 to marry a Scottish cattleman. Very handsome woman. You can see where the Diana genes are.
She lives in Scotland now, but I understand, Tina, they do or did have a fairly close relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, she was always the first person that the princess phoned when she came back from abroad. Mrs. Shan Kidd has become very religious recently. She's a very devout Catholic. She lives steepest Scotland, the Hebrides, on an island.
In a novelty shop. She runs with her husband.
What elegance. She was exactly 12 years younger than her husband when she married him. The same age difference as between Diana and Charles in this very church. It was the wedding of the year.
And in fact, I understand for that reason, since they did get divorced, Diana considered Westminster Abbey a bit of a bad luck venue.
Maybe. I think it was Charles who wanted St. Paul's.
Also, St. Paul's fits next to 1,000 people. That's another important consideration when you're bringing along ambassadors and foreign royalty.
St. Paul's was where Winston Churchill's funeral was held.
That's correct, yes.
Wasn't it the last state funeral? Those poor kids.
Bring in the rib. Will Charles get to be king?
Well, it'll be a very short reign, because the Queen is constitutionally very, very strong, very healthy lady. He wants to be king. He feels he's been trained to be king. It's his destiny. He could make a very good king, in my view.
Diana didn't think so, though, did she, Tina?
No, she said so, but in my opinion, she might well have changed her mind had she lived. He could make a very thoughtful and sensitive king. He does care in his own way.
She was rather wistful when she talked about him during your lunch, Tina, saying they would have made a great team. She could have been shaking hands till the cows came home.
Yeah, she regretted very much that they were not able to operate as that, and I think she was right. I think that together they would have been unstoppable if they could only have worked it out.
There are all the signs that they would have been unstoppable. He does tremendous work.
He's a very complex personality, sometimes quite a tortured personality, but it's a fascinating personality, and one, especially with his work with architecture and the Prince's Trust, and so many other things. He's going to make a great king.
You talk to any kid that he...
That's the Queen. We're told the Queen Mother is leaving Buckingham Palace now, who will be coming separately. She is a formidable force, obviously, in this country, and has been witness to so much triumph and tragedy in her own lifetime.
One of her earliest memories was when she was only about 8 years old, but she went in amongst the crowd at Buckingham Palace to watch the Victory in Europe celebrations in May 1945.
She and Diana were once very, very close, but their relationship became quite strained.
Well, as a mother, obviously, her first instincts, her first loyalties must be to her son, and so when that started to go wrong, of course she was drawn in that direction.
I think there was an ambiguous relationship with Diana the last couple of years. But as she said yesterday, she respected her and admired her work. You can't help but respect and admire what Diana did. You've only got to watch her operating. It's a very, very moving sight.
Wales very much admired the Queen's professionalism at all times and strove to emulate her. You know, she saw how the Queen, even in the deepest heat, would have her bag and her pearls and her air that, you know, nothing could ruffle her, and she felt she wanted to be as professional as her, and she was, and I think the Queen did admire that in her, that she performed her job so brilliantly.
Prince Michael of Kent, Lord Frederick Windsor, Lady Gabriella Windsor, Princess Michael.
Lord Frederick's just about to go up to Cambridge, and the Princess told me how proud she was of that. He got there very much on his own intellect rather than through any connections.
An Eton boy.
Another Etonian just like Prince William.
There seemed to be a belief that Prince William will find sanctuary at Eton, which is the great traditional school.
They haven't been protective of him, but they've looked after him. Harry has been much protected at Ludgrove.
He has a splendid housemaster at Eton called Andrew Gailey, who is probably one of the finest schoolmasters in Britain.
And he's doing really well. I just hope this won't put him back.
Already he's missing term for all of this, of course, so it will set him back academically.
He was to start at school
last
Wednesday.
On Wednesday, yes.
He'll also make a very good king.
A friend of Diana's described William to me as a typical inky-fingered Eton boy, and she meant that in the nicest way. In other words, he was just another student there.
He's very multi-talented. He paints and he does things with metal, and he's also an academic.
He's also quite athletic.
And athletic too, yeah.
Soccer player and an excellent swimmer, we're told.
Yeah, he's a wet bob. That's the expression.
His best friend is in fact the son of his father's best friend, Nicholas Soames, and he was at Eton with him.
The applause. His
It's worth noting, I think, that there's a lot of concern about security here, but the crowd is extraordinarily well behaved, not that you would expect it to be any other way. Respectful. It's been devoted to the idea of grieving publicly for Diana in the streets for a long, long time. Quiet as the cortege passes by. There were some strong expressions earlier in the week about Prince Charles and the royal family. None of that is being heard publicly here today, as you would not expect.
In some way, it was almost fortuitous that this terrible tragedy happened at a time when the royal family were all together in Balmoral, because it did enable them to have a time together of healing. Normally, they would have been in different parts of the globe.
There's the fence.
We have about a half a mile left. We're turning into Parliament Street through the passage of the Horse Guards here, I think. Is that where we are now?
Yes, that's the Horse Guards Arch.
Right.
Horse Guards was where the British Army was run from, really from the 16th century onwards. It's been the heart of the officer corps of the British Army and the Queen's personal guard.
And it is also the, believe it or not, the official entrance to Buckingham Palace, or to the Court of St. James.
As each car comes up, they're getting a sort of popularity clap. But
that's so poignant. Sorry to interrupt.
Jane Pauley mentioned that earlier. There's a car that says "Mummy."
I recall what Princess Diana wrote on her father's wreath 5 years ago. I think, is it only 5 years ago since I covered that funeral? To darling Daddy, I will love you always, Diana. And yeah, 5 years later.
Andrew and Sarah, Fergie, she's now.
Beatrice and Eugenie, their two daughters. Can't believe how big they are.
The princess was an enormous fan of Prince Andrew. She felt that he was really almost the best member of the royal family.
She admired all his good works and thought he didn't get enough attention, that he was underrated, as well as Princess Anne.
Yeah, she felt that their work was not paid enough attention to, and that almost too much was paid to her own.
She had an innate modesty, actually. I think
He's a real star in the family. I mean, he was a military hero, Andrew.
the Falklands, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
he was a helicopter pilot during the Falklands War.
Very perilous duty indeed.
Certainly diced with death 1 or 2 times. See how he holds the hand of the little girls. I mean, he still loves his daughters, obviously he does, and I think he loves his wife too.
They have quite a friendly relationship, don't
Very,
they?
very good relationship, apparently, yes. Which is extraordinary considering all the things that they've gone through together.
The Queen now has left Buckingham Palace, and we're just going to watch here for a few moments as the family, the mourners gather at Westminster Abbey from around the world, and the cortege now makes its final approach to this ancient abbey.
It's a little older than 1,000 years old. They think 7th century was the first time that the Saxons built a place of worship here.
Edward the Confessor, wasn't it?
Edward the Confessor was 300 years later, and yes, he was...
When it was a Benedictine monastery?
It was, yes.
And Hyde Park was part of its grounds. The flag, here we go.
Now we see the Union Jack and half-staff of Buckingham Palace, where Jane Pauley is located. Jane?
We've been waiting for this. The crowd just applauded. I'm sitting with Andrew Neil, the editor-in-chief of the European, was formerly editor of the Sunday Times.
Sunday Times of London.
And you, an anti-royalist, have been very anxious to watch that. What did you tell me? It was people power?
There are people, when that flag went up, the people applauded because the people had done that. If it had been left to the House of Windsor, you wouldn't be seeing that flag right now. The people put that flag there.
To an American audience, to see a nation's flag at half-mast is just not a remarkable sight, but above Buckingham Palace in 1,000 years, that has never happened.
That has never happened in the history of the British monarchy, which, as you say, is 1,000 years. Tradition has always been that the Queen's flag or the King's flag flies, never at half-mast, represents the continuity of the nation, whoever lives or dies. That's protocol. Protocol doesn't matter with these people. This is the people's princess. These same people are about to try to turn this into a people's monarchy.
You're an anti-royalist.
No, I'm anti the House of Windsor. That's a different thing.
Ah,
I think the behavior of the House of Windsor
it's not really the day to dwell on this, but I think over the past 10 years, and particularly the treatment of Diana, have made reluctant Republicans of many British people.
But aren't you in a mood for reconciliation yourself after this extraordinary week?
I think that the Queen's broadcast last night, live, expressing emotions we've never heard from a British monarch, maybe not exceptional for an American president, but for a British monarch, very much so. I think this, if they can learn the lessons of this and learn the lessons of Diana, they might begin a new relationship with the British people.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Jane. Well, that's a dialogue that has been going on throughout this country and will continue, no doubt. Very strong feelings on both sides of the issue. You just saw passing by Queen Elizabeth and the Queen Mother, who are now approaching Westminster Abbey.
They're just going past the Cenotaph, which is the main war memorial built by Sir Edwin Lutyens after the First World War and commemorating those who died in the Second as well.
This is Her Majesty. I think.
This place obviously has such rich meaning for Queen Elizabeth. It was here that she had her coronation in 1952 when she was a young and beautiful princess at the time who was on safari in Africa when her father died. And she returned immediately because she was the queen.
Every single coronation, apart from two, have been held here at Buckingham Palace. The two exceptions being those of Edward V and Edward VIII, who of course was never crowned.
39 altogether, I gather. The sovereigns were coronations here. It's so much different now. During her coronation, I remember the movie reels, you know, black and white, took days to get back to the theaters, and the people could watch them, but they poured into the theaters to watch it then.
And even in occupied Berlin, one cinema was standing, it was packed every night. Incredible thing, that wedding. I mean, with 1947, rationing, fuel crisis, everyone freezing, splash of colour in our rather dreary lives. She's on her stick, but she's walking.
Mother is 97 years old.
Yeah. And she was married in Westminster Abbey also, and when she went by the tomb of the unknown soldier or warrior, she placed her wedding bouquet on that, and that set her style.
She was probably the most liked Princess of Wales to anyone in the royal family, in her extraordinarily communicative gifts, the way she had always the right gesture at the right time.
Exactly.
Her famous line was something like, "My, don't the flowers look lovely?" Didn't she say that at almost every occasion?
She was she's a great flower lady. But she was a wonderful queen consort. I remember when she went, I don't remember, but she went to France to build up our relations with France just before the First World War. And she laid a single red poppy on a war memorial. And Hitler was watching this in Berlin. And he turned around and said, "That is the most dangerous woman in Europe." Of course, she was the Queen of the Blitz.
She was also crowned here, of course.
Yes.
Her husband, or at least her husband, was crowned here in May 1937.
They stayed here during the Blitz, and then they would walk out immediately after the bombing had stopped and walk among the people.
And when Buckingham Palace was hit by bombs in September 1940, she said, "Now at last I can look the East End in the face."
That's right. And she went back there in her 90th birthday year, visit all the sites that she used to visit.
I once asked her what it felt like to be a Queen Empress, because of course she was the last one. She said it felt very nice while it lasted.
It didn't last very long.
Sadly not.
But when she used to go and visit the bomb sites, there was some unctuous official who complained about wearing her powder blue and her bits of feather. She used to be all feathers and frills when she was young. And her high heels. They said, well, why don't you wear something more suitable for the aftermath of an air raid? And she turned around, she fixed him with her eyes and said, oh, they'd wear their best dresses if they were coming to see me. So after that, here's another unstoppable. I often think there was a great similarity between her and Diana.
Well, she had some of her gaiety, didn't she?
Yeah, some of her gaiety, her gift of communication, I think, was 13. She's a remarkable woman.
And a connection with the past, unlike any other.
During the services, presiding will be Most Reverend and Right Honorable Dr. George Carey, who is the Lord Archbishop of Canterbury, the primate of all England. He'll lead the prayers, and he's the one who greeted the Queen Mother when she arrived.
The music we'll hear during the service was selected by Diana's sisters, Jane and Sarah. Some of her favorite pieces of music will be played, including the very traditional English hymn, Thou to Be My Country, which was also sung at her wedding.
That will be a very emotional moment. It's one of the great tear-jerking hymns of the English canon.
Andrew Roberts, the Spencer family, particularly Earl Spencer, played quite a pivotal role in the planning of this occasion, didn't he? He overruled the palace and disinvited, or said that tabloid editors would not be welcome here.
Certain tabloid editors did have their invitations withdrawn. I don't know if it's a question of overrule the palace. I think it's probably a decision that went down rather well with the palace. But there's a 25-man committee of the Lord Chamberlains who's been organising a lot of this, and so it was really them that he overruled. He, as the closest member of the family, and indeed the head of the Spencer family, he had automatically a great right to be consulted in every possible detail of the funeral.
Do you find it surprising that Prince Charles will not be speaking?
Not really. He is, after all, an ex-husband, not the brother of the person that this is all about.
We want to, as the cortege approaches Westminster, we want to go to our colleagues now. Let's begin with Jody Applegate. Jody Applegate, who's just down among the crowd here at Westminster Abbey. Jody?
Tom, the scene here in front of Westminster Abbey has changed considerably in the last half hour or so. The crowd has gotten so much thicker. In fact, there's a line of policemen behind me holding back the hundreds of people that we see just since I turned around in the last 10 seconds, coming apparently from Kensington Palace. It seems that a lot of people have decided to follow the cortege in their own way, on foot, on side streets, and the crowd here just struggling to get a glimpse of Princess Diana's casket as we expect it to come by here any moment now. People have clung to lampposts. There are women sitting on their husband's shoulders, little girls sitting on their father's shoulders. A family of 11 from Kent admitted to me that they swiped some milk crates from a grocery store so that they could stand here,
Jody,
and get a glimpse of the funeral procession. Tom?
We're going to now watch as the cortege arrives at Westminster. The gun carriage, the Welsh guards, the children, her former husband, her father-in-law, and her brother immediately behind. Ted Hughes, the poet laureate who chronicles Britain's royal family, has written a special poem for this occasion. Ted Hughes, the poet laureate of the royal family, has written a special poem for this occasion. Mankind is many rivers that only want to run. Holy tragedy and loss makes the many one. Mankind is a holy, crowned mother and her son. For worship, for mourning. God is here, is gone. Love is broken on the cross. The flower on the gun. Who said that she wanted to be queen in the hearts of the people, has achieved that status here today. We'll be joined during the course of this service by Flora Winfield, Reverend Flora Winfield, priest in the Anglican Church. She'll be helping us through the service, but I'll say at the outset, we're going to let the service unfold on its own. It is a mixture of traditional Anglican liturgy and services, and then some added personal touches, obviously. Reverend Flora Winfield, as you look at the services, this is something that is quite unlike anything you've seen before, or is it usual these days for the services to be combined with the personal wishes of the family and reflecting the life of the person who is
Well, obviously this is not a typical Church of England funeral service, but I think there's been a real attempt sensitively to combine some sense of Princess Diana's personality, her vitality, her sense of love, and the fact that she minded so passionately about those who are marginalised, with the traditions of the Church of England, which is of course one of the family of Episcopal churches, like the Episcopalian Church in North America, which in a sense holds the grief of those who are bereaved. So that the dignity of the service in its traditional elements is as important to their grieving as the more personal parts, because it encapsulates and sums up the traditions of the Christian faith as they're offered in comfort to those who've lost someone very dear to them. Of course, at this service we're mourning not only someone who is dear to a small group of people in a family, but to an entire nation. So it's a very unusual service, but it also contains elements of the Anglican tradition which have an important part to play.
Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip laying flowers. Base of the casket, followed by Prince Charles, young Harry, and William. You'll see more in the Anglican Church in this country a making of the cross than you will in the Episcopal Church in America. That may confuse some of
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey to give thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents. But especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
This is one of Diana's favorite hymns.
At her wedding, and it's a hymn which has tremendous significance for people in this country, not just because it speaks about our national pride, but because in the second verse it looks to our home in heaven above.
Diana's sister, Lady
If
Sarah
I should
McCorkadale.
die and leave you here a while, Be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust, and weep. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
Lynn Dawson, the soprano from the Requiem by Verdi.
This is Lady Jane Fellows doing a reading by Henry Van Dyke, an American clergyman who died in 1933, Princess Diana's other sister.
Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
Oxford University put this. Tell us about this hymn.
A metrical version of the 23rd Psalm, of course, a psalm that's very often chosen for singing at funeral services. A version of the hymn which became very close to the hearts of the British people because it was sung at the wedding of our present Queen, the 23rd Psalm. It speaks of God's comfort to us and of our confidence in him leading us to green pastures through all the deep waters of death.
hearing now from the British Prime Minister. We should remind you that we will not be seeing pictures of the family during this service.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love.
Princess Diana's friend, the British Prime Minister, reading 1 Corinthians 13. Now, her other friend, Elton John.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you well grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country, and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile, this torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always follow you along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before, your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose, may you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always follow you along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before, your legend ever will.
The applause that you hear is outside of Westminster Abbey, obviously. People are hearing that and responding to Elton John, a friend of hers and one of the most popular performers in this country. It's the first spontaneous outburst that we've had during the course of the service.
It's almost as if the street is an extension of the church, Tom. It's been so quiet here. Earl Spencer, her brother, with a tribute.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal, that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday, in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this. A girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you were steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister. The unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
Earl Spencer, the brother of Diana, in a tribute that it was at once touching, loving, angry, emotional, and challenging. Challenging the royal family, challenging the press, challenging the world on his sister's behalf. And her legacy, saying, do not sanctify her memory, do not canonize her in advance. The applause that you hear is the applause from people outside Westminster in various places. They have broken into applause on several occasions. They're hearing all of this. You're not likely to see the likes of that again anywhere. Followed suitably by a hymn that begins, "Make me a channel of your peace."
The Vatican Temple, a version of the prayer of St. Francis, a hymn that's sung in schools a lot in Britain, so this is a hymn that children will be able to join in with.
As we approach the end of the services, we'll be hearing from the Most Reverend and Right Honorable Dr. George Carey, who is the Lord Archbishop of Canterbury.
We give thanks to God for Diana, Princess of Wales, for her sense of joy and for the way she gave so much to so many people. Lord, we thank you for Diana, whose life touched us all, and for all those memories of her that we treasure. We give thanks for those qualities and strength that endeared her to us, for her vulnerability, for her radiant and vibrant personality, for her ability to communicate warmth and compassion, for her ringing laugh, and above all, for her readiness to identify with those less fortunate in our nation and the world. Lord of the loving, hear our prayer. We pray for those most closely affected by her death, for Prince William and Prince Harry, who mourn the passing of their dearly loved mother, for her family, especially for her mother, her brother, and her sisters. Lord, we thank you for the precious gift of family life, for all human relationships, and for the strength we draw from one another. Have compassion on those for whom this parting brings particular pain and the deepest sense of loss. Casting their cares on you, may they know the gentleness of your presence and the consolation of your love. Lord of the bereaved, hear our prayer. We pray for the members of the royal family, for wisdom and discernment as they discharge their responsibilities in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world. Lord, we commend to you Elizabeth, our Queen, the members of the royal family, and all who exercise power and authority in our nation. Enrich them with your grace, that we may be governed with wisdom and godliness, so that in love for you and service to each other, we may each bring our gifts to serve the common good. Lord of the nations, hear our prayer. Diana was not alone in losing her young life tragically. We remember too her friend Dodi Fayed and his family, Henri Paul, and all for whom today's service rekindles memories of grief untimely born. Lord, in certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, we commend to you all who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Give them comfort, renew their faith, and strengthen them in the weeks and months ahead. Lord of the broken-hearted, hear our prayer. The princess will be especially missed by the many charities with which she identified herself. We recall those precious images, the affectionate cuddle of children in hospital, her relationship with Mother Teresa, whose death we also remember today, that touch of the young man dying of AIDS, her compassion for those maimed through the evil of landmines, and many, many, many more. Lord, we pray for all who are weak, poor, and powerless in this country and throughout the world. The sick, among them Trevor Rees-Jones, the maimed, and all whose lives are damaged. We thank you for the way that Diana became a beacon of hope and a source of strength for so many. We commend to you all those charities that she supported. Strengthen the resolve of those who work for them to continue the good work begun with her. Lord of the suffering, hear our prayer. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. As we reflect on the princess's compassion for others, We pray that we too may be inspired to serve as she served. Lord, we thank you for Diana's commitment to others. Give us the same compassion and commitment. Give us a steadfast heart, which no unworthy thought can drag down, an unconquered heart, which no tribulation can wear out, an upright heart, which no unworthy purpose can tempt aside. Grant us, O Lord, understanding to know you, diligence to seek you, wisdom to find you, and a faithfulness that may bring us to your eternal kingdom. Lord of the compassionate, hear our prayer. Therefore, confident in the love and mercy of God, holding a living faith in God's mighty resurrection power, we, the congregation here, those in the streets outside, and the millions around the world, join one another and the hosts of heaven as we say together in whatever language we may choose, the prayer which Jesus taught us, saying together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, make you perfect in every good work to do his will. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and all you love, now and forevermore. Amen.
We are approaching the conclusion of the services, and at that time there will be a 1 minute of silence. We are joined here by the Reverend Flora Winfield.
This hymn has been chosen because it has particular significance for the people of Wales. It's almost a national anthem for the people of Wales and stands alongside the song Land of My Fathers, the kind of hymn that makes everyone in Wales want to stand up and shed a tear of pride.
In terms of the national interest of Great Britain, it has been an ecumenical service. We heard Irish music, obviously, ancient traditional music, Elton John.
That's
and
right.
also the great English national anthem type hymn, I Vow to Be My Country, at the beginning as well.
And we began with, of course, God Save the Queen.
And I believe the Highland Laments are also going to be played at various parts of the service later on as well.
Let us commend our sister Diana to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. Diana, our companion in faith and sister in Christ, we entrust you to God. Go forth from this world in the love of the Father who created you, in the mercy of Jesus Christ who died for you, in the power of the Holy Spirit who strengthens you. At one with all the faithful, living and departed, may you rest in peace and rise in glory, where grief and misery are banished, and light and joy evermore abide. Amen.
flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Now, 1 minute of silence across the nation. Great chimes of Westminster Abbey now, as this at once solemn and emotional funeral comes to a conclusion. The body of Diana, Princess of Wales, is borne from this ancient church to be taken to the family estate north of London for burial on an island in a lake. 36 years of age, 16 years living intensely in the public spotlight. Now departing this place, the worldwide television audience of untold numbers. Ancient rituals, popular performers, and the people everywhere in London and throughout this nation expressing their enormous sense of grief and mourning at the loss of what they consider to be their princess. We have never seen anything quite like that. Katie, there has been such a flood tide of images this past week that it's hard to, in fact, in some way, to keep track of all of them in our own minds. And there was so much to remember from this funeral service today, but what was distinctly unforgettable was the tribute from Lord Eltrop, now Earl Spencer, to his sister. I don't remember ever in any funeral setting anywhere such an emotionally charged tribute to her.
It was stunning,
Such
Tom.
love, such emotion, such anger, so many challenges, such passion about his sister and about the life in many ways that he was obviously forced to lead.
Such honesty, too. I mean, he obviously
You never hear that at funerals.
spoke
Really.
his mind about a variety of things, and I think all of us sitting here listening to it were quite stunned, because I think in addition to the pageantry and the grandeur and the traditions that were shown here today, his words will resonate for some time to come.
They will, and they were perfectly weighed as well. He obviously given a great deal of thought about everyone, the effect that everyone would have, and it was beautiful, fine English, as well as heartfelt thought.
Tina, were you surprised that he made such a direct challenge to the royal family about the way in which the children will be raised, saying the blood family will be sure, after all, Charles is their father?
Well, I was stunned by all of it, really. I mean, the way he had made the obvious decision he was going to dispense with all euphemism, and most funerals are comprised of euphemisms. It's about, tactfully forgetting everything that was amiss. And he decided to raise all of it and expressed it with such clarity and conviction that it has given everyone a great deal to think about. It was not just surprising, it was stunning.
The fact is that in the press coverage all this week, there has been this kind of canonization of Diana, and much of it in the sanctification of her memory, which he asked people not to do today, and he talked openly about her eating disorders, about her own sense of insecurity, and that's why she acted out. I really did not think that we would not just see this at this funeral, but any member certainly of her family that would raise it in this fashion at this point.
It was extraordinary. I mean, there's no question it was extraordinary, and I think very uncomfortable, really, for many of the royal family in the church. They must be on the cross as it is, and to hear that must have been deeply disturbing, really, because, everybody knew why she had been as unhappy as she was. I think it was courageous of him, really. I mean, he decided to say what he felt and would not be hushed up, as I think he would expect her to do herself. I mean, that was what she was all about. She said what was on her mind, and that's why she communicated so brilliantly with this nation.
Do you think there will be a struggle now between the royal family and the Spencers about the raising of William and Harry?
I don't think so, actually, because I think, I think Prince Charles is devoted to his children. I don't think that he and the Princess of Wales really had any disagreements about how the boys were going to be raised. I mean, they have this wonderful woman, Tiggy Legbourke, who's the nanny, who, is a very consoling big sister figure, and I think that she will bring a great deal of empathy to the situation.
The burial services at the estate will be very private. Just 10 members of the family, the immediate family, will be there for that. And it is out on that island, right?
William, Harry, Prince Charles, Lady Sarah, Lady Jane, Diana's sisters, Earl Spencer, who delivered that unbelievable tribute, her mother, Frances Shan Kidd, her butler, Paul Burrell, and Sarah and Jane's husband will be at the burial.
It was her butler, Paul Burrell, who went to Paris to retrieve her clothes and also sat by her in the morgue.
Queen Noor of Jordan. The BBC noted earlier, it was 15 years ago today, that Princess Diana went to Monaco for Princess Grace's funeral.
We're going to go now, Katie, to Jane Pauley, who's at Buckingham Palace, where she has been from the beginning. And we have commented on this today, Jane and I have. It was 16 years ago that we were at that very position, and a wholly different kind of procession was coming back to the palace. It was a carriage bearing Prince Charles and his new bride, Diana, Princess of Wales. The fairy tale wedding. Even though there were undercurrents of difficulty, at that time everyone hoped,
I can't hear what
with all their heart and all of their mind, that this would be what this country and what the royal family and what Diana obviously wanted, which was a blissful union that would produce an heir. In fact, they did. William, an heir and a spare, as they say here, and Harry, two sons within a very short period of time, and then first the public murmurs of trouble in the marriage, and then the very public coming apart of that marriage, ending in divorce. Mrs. Clinton with Queen Noor, who was American-born, obviously.
The cricketer with his wife Jemima.
Jane Pauley, you're at Buckingham Palace. Could everyone hear what was going on there, the crowd, as they were assembled and they're now watching the
Tom,
funeral
yes.
procession?
Yes, exactly what I was thinking, that this is a crowd, and a fairly young crowd, by the way, that heard it all, stood reverently listening, which makes me wonder what this enormous crowd of people will take from the experience that we've shared today. And Andrew Neil is sitting with me, the editor of The European. What do you think will be the long-term effect of Earl Spencer's remarks? He seemed to be speaking directly, as not just to make a tribute to her sister, but perhaps to inspire people by her legacy of so-called unworthiness, as if the people who feel unworthy are the ones who will reach out and help. Service and commitment seems to be the bottom line that I was hearing.
Well, I think service and commitment was the leitmotif of what he was saying, reminiscent in many ways of some of the things that President Kennedy used to say to Americans. You know, that's not what your country can do for you. What can you do for your country? And I think Diana brought that back into the monarchy at a time when it seemed to be emphasizing its privileges and forgetting some of its responsibilities. The one thing you could never say about Diana was that she forgot that with privilege came great responsibility, especially for those less, more needy than we are. And we see now the car coming past us now.
Just passing us. After Kennedy's death, the Peace Corps was born. Do you, as you sat here listening today, were you thinking into the future if this generation of young people in particular might be permanently charged somehow by what they've experienced?
Well, I think the lesson of the past week, and we've only realized it as with Diana's death, which is the way of these things, that Diana made us think about the kind of country we could be, kind of country we might like to be. I was up at Kensington Palace 2 nights ago. This was a rainbow alliance of people there. There were blacks and Asians, poor people, middle-class people, rich people, brought us together. I mean, in the Abbey today, we had the Earl Spencer, Diana's brother. We had Elton John from a council house, a public house in Watford. We had a soprano. We had a gay singer. We had disabled people. We had all the people that we sometimes forget. And I think Diana set a yardstick that this country will now start to judge itself from. We've been the way we'd like to be here today, particularly all these young people. In the years to come, we will think, well, are we as good now as we were that day? That's the judgment. That's the call.
When the Reverend made the remark about how Diana touched people and made them feel significant, the people that she touched, whether it was a leper or one of the poignant letters left by the gate was from a child who said, "You touched my face when I was a baby." She did make people feel special and significant, but the people we're talking about are not the high and mighty, not the royals, not the aristocrats, not even the newspaper editors.
No, she reached out to people in a way that no modern monarch or no part of the royal family ever has done before. I mean, Prince Charles does many wonderful works. He runs the Prince's Trust, which helps inner city kids and the ghettos and so on. But he never quite reached to people. You see, she has set a new standard for a modern monarchy. If it's to survive in a democratic and much more open in a media age, but the lesson is that you cannot be cold, remote, seem to be indifferent if you want to succeed or survive as a monarchy. You've got to touch the monarchy, the people, in the ways that the House of Windsor have yet to develop and yet to devise. This is a new start for them.
Let's bring this back into perspective. Are we speaking in hyperbole now?
Well, I don't think we would be human if we weren't right now.
Yes.
But I can say that Charles Althorp, in his very powerful, quite blunt address in some ways, not what you normally get at these sort of ceremonies, particularly funerals, spoke about William in 2 ways. One, a warning to the press. You're saying right now to the press, you're going to be well behaved and so on. Well, your test on that will be how you treat William.
Well, what about it?
truthful. I think he's done a perfectly proper yardstick.
Mr. Editor, what about it?
Well, I'm not one of the editors he had in mind. Though we're all guilty to some extent, including everybody here who buys the very papers that publish the sort of pictures he was talking about. And if we allow ourselves to treat to treat William the way Diana was treated, then I don't think the public will ever forgive us.
Tom, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Jane Pauley talking about one of the provocative issues obviously raised here when his tribute to Earl Spencer placed the press at one end of the moral spectrum and his sister at the other, Katie.
He was absolutely brutal in his assessment of the press. He said that he found the permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down baffling, and he said, "My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum." We're joined now by Jonathan Friedland, a columnist for The Guardian. Jonathan, what did you make of those remarks?
I think people probably were quite surprised how specific he was. I mean, there was no secret how angry Earl Spencer was over the press. His first remarks when he came out of his home in South Africa on the day of his sister's death said, "I always believed they would kill her," although I had no idea how direct their hand in her death would be. So I think people probably knew that's how he felt, but were expecting him to be perhaps euphemistic there in the Abbey on the day of her funeral, not to name names, and yet he did name names. He used the word paparazzi and then said the line you just quoted, very powerful, very effective, and very direct.
And I think it bears repeating that Earl Spencer disinvited the editors of the tabloids here in London.
That's right. A lot of people thought that was very deliberate because they were, in fact, invited first. They got the pleasure of an invitation. They probably got their wives or partners to get the hat out and the special dress and knew that they were on their way to a special occasion. And then he made a point of calling them round and saying, "You're on this list, or you were yesterday, you're not anymore, I don't want you there, and nor would my sister." So he made a point of rubbing their face in it.
I thought the juxtaposition of Queen Elizabeth shown bringing a handkerchief to her eyes during Elton John's special rendition of Candle in the Wind, and then Earl Spencer's remarks directed at the royal family was quite interesting, saying that Diana did not need a royal title to continue to dispense her particular brand of magic, or something to that effect.
That's right. I think that almost more than his points about the press is what really would have struck home. It was extraordinary, really an attack on the royal family there in a funeral, saying "we, the blood family," drawing a distinction between the Spencers and the Windsors, who are, if you like, outsiders, and that in terms of the grief that was being felt in there. And I almost got the sense he was saying that this week all this people's grief, he was marshalling that to his side, to the Spencer side, and saying, "You, the Windsors, are out of this." That whole debate which had been running all week, which a lot of people thought would be stilled in the funeral today, instead I think has been reignited by the strength of his remarks.
Jonathan, you had a memorable line earlier this week in one of your columns in which you said that if Prince Charles does not get this, he'll be burying not only the mother of his children, but his own future on Saturday at Westminster.
That's right. The feeling during the week was they just don't get it, to use an Americanism, that they were so out of touch and that they needed to use today to prove that in some ways perhaps they did get it. They went some way toward that yesterday by doing the walkabout, by the Queen going on live television, by having these various human touches, these concessions to public opinion. So they had seemed to convey that. But I think, just as it turned around very quickly yesterday, maybe it turned around back again today. On a dime it turned, because the viewing audience weren't able, really, apart from the odd moment, to see the royal family, to see the Windsors grieving. Remember, no spoken contribution from Charles and Queen, but they did hear Earl Spencer.
It's worth noting that the crowd erupted in applause following that specific remark.
And all of us here, and all of those specific remarks about the paparazzi, about how he would raise the family. Andrew, is this part of the emotion of the moment, that there will be some ebbing of that, do you think, in the weeks and months to come?
I think there's bound to be ebbing of that, and nothing can stay at this sort of level of emotion. I think that you're right in saying that it will be interesting to see how the royal family react. I'm not so excited by the way in which they were forced to show their grief publicly on Friday. I think that was very sad that they weren't able to show their grief in the way they wanted.
We are, the cortege now, the funeral procession now is about to pass by the place where Dodie is buried. Funeral services for him, obviously, were held in the Muslim tradition very swiftly within 24 hours here in London, and his father was forced to go to a traditional Muslim burial site and pick out a plot as he stood there with the casket bearing his son parked at the gate. It was a whirlwind romance. 5 weeks is all. They probably had known each other longer than that, but they began to be romantically involved in vacations in the Mediterranean. And according to spokesman for the Fayed family, they were very, very happy. And in fact, Diana is reported to have called one aide to Mohammed Al Fayed when she returned and said that we've all had a splendid time talking about the boys as well.
And according to all of many of Diana's friends who spoke with her about her relationship with Dodi Fayed, she was exceedingly happy, and many of them felt as if finally she had found some kind of peace and some kind of genuine affection in her personal life.
But also, I think, having fun at last. I mean, you know, it wasn't a lot of fun, but she was allowed to have. And she was having fun in the end. She was having a holiday romance. I mean, I very much doubt it would have lasted very much longer than that. But at the time that she died, she'd had a wonderful holiday. She was with a man who adored her. He was very generous, Dodi Fayed, a very, you know, attentive, very courtly man who just wrapped her in attention. And she relished it, and she loved it, and she was having a ball.
There was a sense from some of her friends, Tom, that she was delighted that he liked her. And I think that harkens back to this insecurity and feelings of unworthiness that unfortunately seemed to plague her for much of her life, which I thought was, frankly, one of the most heartbreaking things about Earl Spencer's tribute, that this much revered, glamorous woman still felt unloved so much of the time.
But understandably, considering how she was treated much of the time, with close-ups on her legs to show cellulite, something that most women of her age would have far worse.
But don't you think that Andrew was even deeper than that, deeper than the press coverage?
I think, of course, it was in that her marriage had broken down. But in this, I really don't think that we need to see this, or should see this, as a question of the Spencers versus the Windsors, because of one half sentence in that address. Because apart from everything else, what more could the Windsors have done other than today? I think they've been pretty splendid, really, in everything they've managed to pull off today. This has been a fantastically successful occasion, and the Windsors, specifically, of course, the two boys, have been the focal point of it. I think we ought to remember that.
I think it's absolutely right that today has been a remarkable occasion, and it did bring together that tradition and modernity just as everyone wanted. But it just simply isn't right and probably accurate to suggest that it was a half line. It was the only moment of, in a way, real speech in the entire ceremony. The rest were existing hymns and readings, and it was several very direct and kind of barbed references from Earl Spencer. He obviously feels it very bitterly. As to say we, the blood family, to say you don't have to be royal to retain a certain kind of magic. Also, to identify, again, using the specific language you very rarely hear in a funeral, eating disorders he talked about. He talked about her feeling of unworthiness, and everybody knows that the eating disorder was something she acquired, contracted in that period of breakdown of her marriage. So I think it probably shouldn't have been another round of Spencers versus Windsors, but it became one today.
You know, Tina, I think in many ways the overall impact of Earl Spencer's tribute to his sister was that he brought her back into a kind of human dimension for everybody again. And that was the greatest tribute that he could have done. And only a brother could do that, really, and do it in that fashion. Setting aside the dispute with the royal family and all the other things, he said, remember her for what she was.
Yeah, he evoked the complex, fascinating, multifaceted woman that she was. Her glamour, her style, her problems, her gifts, her extraordinary capacity for love. It was all there and delivered with this great, direct passion. It was wonderful, I thought. It was the most moving moment by far, really, of the day. Because you saw her as a sister.
You know, the other thing is that I think the fact is that there was such an attachment to her on the part of a lot of women around the world, and that there was that outpouring of grief. Because in fact, she did have those flaws and those frailties, and that she struggled through them publicly and acknowledged them. She talked about her own eating disorder in public appearances. We want to go back now to our continuing coverage here of the funeral procession. Martin Fletcher, who has been brought in from the Middle East for us to cover this, is near the site of the mosque where the funeral services were held for Dodi Fayed. Martin?
Tom, it's quite fascinating here. The streets were almost empty until just a few moments ago when the ceremony ended in the Abbey. Now people are pouring into the streets, and the mosque where Dodi Fayed, where the ceremony was held for him. His ceremony, by the way, stands in stark contrast to Diana's ceremony, of course. It was a very simple Muslim ceremony. The people here are now waiting to see Diana's body. Very, very quiet, silent crowd, Tom.
Thank you very much, Martin Fletcher. This procession will take a couple of hours, we think. The funeral services ran a bit longer than we had anticipated. Everything had gone off with kind of traditional British military precision until the service itself. It ran over 15-20 minutes. But it was so rich in so many ways, and the very nature of it, and this grand setting, the richness of the Anglican services, the choice of music, the people who were assembled there.
And the choral tradition, the beautiful singing that the Abbey Choir came up with, was in itself a superbly impressive aspect of the service.
You know, it strikes me as an American looking in on this, that in seeing this service and knowing the place of the monarchy and the royal family in it, and it's not something that you'll want to give up easily in this country, however people may feel about the place of the Windsors at the moment. This in some ways does reinforce what the meaning of all of this is for this country.
Well, we heard earlier on your program that Andrew Neil, the editor of a newspaper, claimed that he was in favour of monarchy but not the House of Windsor. It's a general hilarity here in the Bureau. But nevertheless, you simply can't at this stage have one without the other. This family has been through its Hanoverian and Saxe-Coburg-Gotha manifestations on the throne since 1688. Andrew Neil can't just decide after 300 and something years that he's going to swap them for another bunch.
I think that's probably true. You can't pick and choose, and a lot of people want William, for example, to succeed instead of Charles. Once you get down that kind of pick and choose route, then it really is, there's no difference between that and republicanism. But on the other hand, what Tom was talking about was ceremony, and people do love ceremony, and I would say that it is possible to retain those British traditions of ceremony even without monarchy. You know, I've been at 2 presidential inaugurations. They're not bad, and you could have a president or a head of state who doubles as a elected head of government and still keep some of this. This is part of our British tradition, but it doesn't have to be yoked to a head of state who's preordained by birth instead of chosen by the people.
But don't you think at this point in time, Jonathan, so many people are pinning their hopes on young William, that he'll be able to uphold the wonderful tradition and yet bring the best of Diana's qualities to bear?
That's certainly what people are really hoping for. He is the heir to the throne, but he is also the heir to Diana's legacy, and the fact that he looks so much like her, that he has that glance up through his fringe just like she did.
It's almost like the House of Spencer, you know, they're going to come next. But I don't think that England wants to plunge itself into a constitutional, vacuum just because of the Queen's inability to emote. I mean, I think, nor should they,
No, I think there are plenty of good arguments for that, which is separate to the failings or flaws or even strengths of this particular family. And that argument has to be made and will be made over the next few years, even decades.
But let me ask you about that, about that very thing that you were just saying. It strikes me that I have a number of friends here or from here like you, and so many of them I find are conflicted on this very point. That they struggle with this whole idea about whether it should be a Republican country again, and whether the royal family really now is anachronistic, setting aside the idea of the Windsors here. Do you think that debate will be intensified as a result of all of this?
No, I think there is a real need for a royal family. In England, particularly in an age of such sort of transient, ephemeral celebrity. The monarchy does stand above that, stands aloof from that. Year after year, the monarchy stands for the dull continuum of people's lives, that's reassuring, in the fast pace in which we live. It suddenly spawned this extraordinary global star in Princess Diana, and of course that did show us a different kind of more, modern, more democratic, more appealing way of being royal. But But you know, the Queen Mother had that kind of gift too. It's not only Diana. Every so often someone does arrive who has it. I think there is a strong possibility that Prince William may have it too. You know, she did say in June that she hoped he would grow up to be something like John F. Kennedy Jr., who'd been sort of schooled in the ways of being more communicative. And I think there's a strong possibility that may happen.
We want to go back now to some of the people who are assembled here. You did hear rounds of applause during Earl Spencer's tribute to his sister, the tribute that was so angry, so challenging in so many ways. Jody Applegate, however, is down in the crowd now with someone who felt quite strongly the other way. Jody?
That's right, Tom. Peter Champion is an off-duty London police officer, and I'm interested in getting your reaction to Earl Charles Spencer's remark.
I thought it was inappropriate at the funeral. I can understand his anger, but I think that members of the press should have been invited, because there needs to be a dialogue between the stars of this world and the well-to-do and the press, so there's a better understanding between them, so that perhaps we could avoid what happened to Diana.
Do you think it's fair to blame the newspaper editors, or do you think there's blame to go around?
Well, we all looked at the television, we've all watched television, we've all read newspapers. I think perhaps the proprietors could have shown more restraint in the past, but we are all responsible, we all read newspapers. You can't only blame the press.
Also, as we've been talking behind us, I don't know if you can see it, a giant flag has been unfurled that says Saint Diana, rest in peace, with a halo on top of it. And of course, the Earl Charles Spencer also said, please don't canonize my sister. She wasn't a saint. Do you think there's any danger that that's happening?
There is a danger, but I think it would be wrong. She was a privileged person, but she used her privilege to do good, to help people out, the people that are marginalized, who needed help. And she wasn't a saint. She had her problems. They were well known to all of us. And I think to make her a saint wouldn't be right.
As a police officer, I'm sure you've seen a lot of things over the years in this city. Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
No, I haven't. It's extraordinary. I've never seen anything like this in this country.
Why did you want to come down here today?
Well, I could have watched it on the television, but I wanted to come down here in person to pay my respects. I wasn't concerned whether I could see anything or not.
All right, and you certainly heard what happened inside the Abbey. Peter Champion, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. I know it's a difficult time. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you very much, Jody, the voice of the people, a voice that kind of strikes a middle theme, if you will. Let's go back down to the audience now, to the crowd that is assembled here at Westminster Abbey, and NBC's Kevin Tibbles. Kevin?
Tom, the Archbishop of Canterbury said a prayer to the Lord of the brokenhearted. I spent the service on the street with the brokenhearted, where people weren't self-conscious about the fact that they were weeping openly. Men, women, children, dare I say, police officers, even journalists were standing here, and no one was self-conscious about the fact it was dead silent in London this morning, and I've never heard it like that in all the time I've lived here. I'm standing with Lisa Fulton, who has traveled all the way down from Coventry in the north of England to be here. She followed the cortege as it came to Westminster Abbey, and I'm just wondering at this point, now that Diana has finally left, do you believe that she has actually left us?
No, it's very hard to believe.
What brought you down to here today from Coventry as opposed to watching this event on television, where you could have seen it as opposed to being 15 back in a crowd?
My heart, I guess. I just had to come down to make myself feel better.
Were you surprised at the reaction of the people around you and the silence in the crowd?
Yeah, it was. I was at Kensington Palace, and as soon as the cortege started coming out, this coloured lady started crying out, Diana, Diana, and it was like really moving, and everybody just started crying, and it was hard.
What are you and your friends going to do after this? Where are you going to go to console yourselves?
Well, we're going to drive back to Coventry now, but hopefully see on the M1, go past it, or...
Will you be visiting Althorpe?
Yes, we're all going on Tuesday. I had a bouquet, well, a heart-shaped bouquet made up with red roses and a ribbon with Diana across the front of it. So we're taking that there on Tuesday, rather than all the flowers be taken away to wherever.
A day you're not going to forget.
No, never.
Lisa Fulton, thank you. Tom, back to you.
Thanks, Kevin. A lot of people are concerned in the village of Althorpe that they may be inundated with visitors in the first few weeks especially, and then they wonder what the lasting impression will be. The Spencer family is thinking about creating some kind of a memorial outside of the park, some place where the people can go to pay tribute to Diana on a continuing basis. Let's go to Buckingham Palace now and to NBC's Sarah James. And as we do that, we want to remind you that we're carried not just on NBC, but on MSNBC, on MSNBC.com, on the computer. Sarah James?
Tom, one of the things that strikes me here is the fact that even after the cortege has followed by for the second time, still how quiet it is. There are still thousands of people here. It's as if now this is over, they're not quite sure where they're supposed to go. We've talked to several of them about their reactions to the funeral, and I wanted to talk to some of them now. Jane, you were telling me about your thoughts. What was the most moving part of the funeral to you?
I think her brother's speech was very moving, both in that he touched on their own personal grief, but also how she affected everyone else around the world.
You said that you've found some media hypocrisy in following the story. What do you mean by that?
Well, one day she's being vilified by the press, and then the next day she's deified, and I just think the tragedy is that it takes her death, or it's taken her death, for people to realize what she meant, and to get off all the negative focus.
Now, I also wanted to talk to you, Wendy. You went all the way down the route. Why was it so important to you to literally follow that casket?
Because she's someone who's touched so many lives. She's opened up doors for us and made it possible to understand the monarchy a bit better. And she's made the untouchables somewhat touchable to a certain degree.
Do you think that there is a message in Diana's funeral and in the outpouring of response for the royal family?
Well, yes, they have to open their doors and make it possible for William to become the people's king when he gets the chance, like his mother, to follow in the footsteps of his mother.
What was the most moving part of today's ceremony for you?
At the beginning of the procession outside Queen's Gate, when the coffin was entering into the park and the bells were tolling and everyone was completely silent and stoic, and it was very heart-wrenching.
Did that suddenly make it seem real?
Completely real. It was finally it.
I wanted to talk to one last person here. I'm not getting a chance to talk to everyone, but Rebecca, how old are you?
8.
And why did you want to come today?
Because I missed all the hard work that she had done for all the little children.
Will you miss Diana very much?
Yes.
Was today a really sad day to be here?
Yes.
All right, well, we'd like to thank all of you. This is just some of the sentiment that you're hearing today, and I think it's one of the reasons why it's been so quiet here. Everybody is here with their own reflections, their own thoughts about the passing of Diana. Katie?
Sarah James, Sarah, thank you so much. As we look at these pictures of the funeral cortege, we should mention that it is approaching the M1, which will lead it on its 77-mile route to Northamptonshire, where the Althorp House, which is called Althorp in this country.
Yes, but spelled Althorp.
Right.
Yes, it's the stately home of the Spencer family. They've been major landowners there since the mid-16th century, and the family vault, which we've been hearing about, has contained dozens of generations of this family. She will be the first significant figure not to be buried there, but on her own plot, as Tina was mentioning earlier.
The Queen has returned to the palace, we should mention, and the Spencer family, and as well as Prince Charles, are taking the train up to Northamptonshire for her burial.
Yes, this is quite reminiscent of Churchill's funeral, where the family and indeed the body took the train to Blenheim Palace, or at least the village church nearby.
It was interesting. I don't think you can underestimate the level of vitriol that has been expressed towards the press in general, tabloid or mainstream, in this country and really throughout the world. We got into a taxi and we tried to give the taxi driver a generous tip for transporting us, and he said he gave the receipt for only the amount of the fare and said, "I don't want your money." There's a lot of anger towards everyone who works in the business.
There really is. People haven't discriminated at all. You know, on the very first day when people started gathering outside the gates of Buckingham Palace, ordinary people who were taking their own snapshots for home were elbowed out the way as if they were perhaps members of the press corps, of a kind of unofficial paparazzi, because they were just taking their own pictures. That is that level of ill feeling.
Well, I'm afraid that's the other side of the coin, because those of us in the press too often stereotype all manner of people. You know, we make collective judgments, and so they're making a collective judgment about us. Tina, she was a luminescent figure in the popular culture, obviously. She was larger than life. Who is there around that will step into that enormous void that has been created, or do you think that there will be a re-examination of the need for someone like Diana for People magazine or your old publication Vanity Fair, or for that matter the New Yorker, or for any number of publications, including the electronic press and all the magazine shows and so on? Is there anybody else out there?
There is nobody remotely approaching the Princess of Wales in the incredible blend of symbolism that she had. I mean, you know, the combination of the glamour and the royalty and the troubles and the goodness and modernity of her made her totally irreplaceable. It's very difficult, really, for the royal family today, because there's nothing they can put up, really, to distract from the enormous hole that she's left. People are going to have to get back to something far more quiet and humdrum again. And gradually her mystique will, I suppose, you know, fade in that really intimate sense. And people are going to have to get used to something else while they wait for William. And I think that the greatest pressure really is on him now.
All the discussion of the royal family this week reminded me of Henry Higgins in My Fair Lady saying, why can't a woman be more like a man? Why can't the royal family be more like Diana? Well, the fact of the matter is, the royal family is not Diana. And perhaps it's unfair to even ask the question.
It almost certainly is unfair, but I think this expectation that maybe the mystique will fade over time, there's an equal risk, I think, that actually the myth will get larger, and that the Diana legend will become actually larger than she was in life, that the flaws will get sort of airbrushed out by contemporary history, and that she'll be a bit of Marilyn Monroe, a bit of John F. Kennedy rolled into one, and the royal family will be pale by comparison.
The people who were at the funeral are now exiting Westminster Abbey, and I'm going to do a little directing from here, which is not uncharacteristic for me. I just ask our control room if we can't begin to share with our viewers through the camera some of the people who are coming from there, because it was so exceptional to see the people who were going in, and I know that we only caught glimpses of a few of them as this funeral procession now approaches M1, which is the name of the highway here. We call ours I-95, it's M1 here. And there you are. You can look down into that crowd.
I see Tom Hanks actually coming from there, or did.
All the men dressed in black ties and white shirts, the official wardrobe of the morning here. And
Victoria Mather covers the royal family, Tom, here in London, and has been very outspoken in the last week about the royal family. And I'm curious, I know that she'll be speaking her mind again today. I'm curious what she thinks of Earl Spencer's tribute to Princess Diana. Victoria?
Pretty.
What did you think of the tribute? I mean, and were you surprised by it?
I was quite surprised about how bold it was, how courageous it was. I think everything has changed from now on. I think everything's changed for the monarchy, and I think everything's changed for the press and the relationship between the press and royalty and celebrity. But tomorrow what we shall see in the papers is just one word, which is mummy. The people may have lost their princess, and the world may have lost a living legend, but two boys have lost their mummy. And that was the little note on the cushion of white roses on the front of the Princess of Wales's coffin. Mummy, in Prince Harry's childish hand. And that, more than anything else, will perhaps protect the boys for a little time. But Earl Spencer was angry, very angry, and he was not afraid to show his anger. He was not afraid to show his emotions. And I think perhaps what the royal family has learnt during this traumatic week is that the showing of emotions is a good thing. They can't change overnight. We saw yesterday Prince Philip taking the flowers from people in the crowd, and instead of placing them rather tenderly on the ever-growing pile in front of the palace, he was sort of throwing them down. He didn't really quite know what to do, but he chose to walk behind the casket today, and the royal family chose to come out and to salute the coffin. As the Princess of Wales went past, the Queen bowed her head to Diana.
In fact, when Earl Spencer, I thought, quite poignantly addressed the boys and said something to the effect of, think of how we're feeling, and she isn't even our mother. We can only imagine the pain that you're enduring right now.
Yes, I think this was very sensitive of him, and throughout he referred to his sister's sensitivity, her style, her sparkle, but the most pointed remark of all was, not even when she lost her royal title. No, she needed no royal title to continue her magic.
Andrew Morton has something to say, Andrew Roberts, rather, Andrews, has something to say about that.
I think it's a little unfair to complain that the Duke of Edinburgh threw down flowers. The man is in his 70s, and so it's a little bit more difficult for him to bend down quite as far as the younger princes did. He didn't. I was watching the same pieces. He was not throwing down flowers in any sort of disgust. He was letting them drop when they were as close to the ground as he could have got them.
Well, I think that obviously, yes, one has to have respect for a man of 70 years old, but it is difficult for him to know what to do in those touchy-feely situations.
Victoria Mather, thanks very much for talking with us. We're joined now by Lord Geoffrey Archer, who was inside during the funeral service and can tell us a little bit about what went on in Westminster Abbey.
I think really what was probably the most remarkable moment in what I would call my political career, really, was that after Earl Spencer had finished the speech, the applause started in the crowd outside. The people at the back of the Abbey picked it up and joined in. Oh, really? And it moved through the Abbey. I had the very great privilege of sitting in the 6th row behind the cortege, so I was literally opposite the cortege, and it didn't reach us. It reached us in a sort of sweep, and it was a crowd-led reaction that the Abbey picked up and joined in. And that has been the case, as I've said to Tom before, all this week. The crowd, the people, and the People's Princess were led by the people once again.
Did the royal family pick up on that applause?
I confess to not being physically able to see them at that moment. I'm not avoiding that, I genuinely couldn't. But certainly all the people in the Spencer benches, as I say, I was one row behind the family, the immediate family, they picked it up, but none of us picked it up. That's the real point, until the crowd had led it.
Lord Archer, what was the reaction in the Abbey when Earl Spencer said, we, the Blood family, will raise William and Harry in the manner in which he wanted them to? Did the air go out of the Abbey in a matter of speaking?
Well, I felt all through that speech two things. One, he must have spent a very long time. I've had the privilege in my lifetime of helping with speeches with two prime ministers, Margaret Thatcher and John Major. So I know the amount of work that goes into not every sentence, Tom, every word.
Right.
He thought out every word, and I began to realize a third through, this was no casual speech. He'd made a political decision. He was going to make this speech, come hell or high water. And it will be remembered, you see, Elton John had just finished singing, and I mentally thought, wow, that is nothing. I'm going to beat that a minute. And along came this young man and made a speech which must have shocked an old pro like you.
Well, I thought the other thing I was struck by was the construct of it, the dynamics of it, the way that it built. He talked in such a personal way about his sister at the beginning, yes, about her insecurities and about her eating disorders, and it was a touching, real portrait. And then you had this kind of crescendo beginning in which his anger then began, in almost a volcanic way, began to build. And I think Andrew made the remark earlier that it was extraordinarily well constructed, word for word, phrase for phrase, and the orchestration of it could not have been more brilliant.
But the amazing thing was, I also picked up as a speechwriter and speaker that he had a message to deliver, and once he delivered it, which was about 30 seconds from the end, he broke down.
Right.
The last 30 seconds, he fell apart because the message had been delivered, and the rest went back to the love for his sister. It was fascinating. I've got to deliver this message. And once he delivered it, did you notice he creaked and crumbled and nearly broke down?
Well, that's often the case, though, when people speak at funerals. They try to get through it, and then at the end, they break down.
What were you all saying to each other on the way out of the Abbey?
My wife said as we left, although I knew, Tom, you were waiting for me, my wife said, I just want to take as long to leave as I possibly can. You will remember in the original semesters they suggested that it was going to be 45 minutes. It actually was 1 hour and 10 minutes, and I don't suppose I got out for another 20 minutes. You didn't want to leave. You knew you were present at an occasion the like of which you would never attend again in your life. You wanted it to go slowly, and you wanted to be there until the last moment. It was that remarkable.
Lord Jeffrey, we heard Victoria Mather say the enduring symbol of this day, in her view, would be those roses on top of Princess Diana's casket with a card that said "Mummy" from her son Harry.
Very remarkable.
Were you able to see the princes?
The princes, or the card?
No, the two the Prince William and Prince Harry.
Yes, we saw them both come in. We saw them walk with their father, the Prince of Wales, and place the flowers down. All of that was very moving. The whole family being there was very moving. And I think, as at the beginning of the week, I think I told you at the beginning of the week that when I heard at 4:10 in the morning on Sunday, woke my wife, her immediate sentence was those poor children. That was her first sentence, those poor children. And I think what's come through this week is these people out here, that's what they most care about. They adore William and Harry, and they won't let anybody stop them having the life they were right to.
In fairness to Prince Charles, any number of people that I've talked to this week who know him well also say, you know, he has that very cold public demeanor, but that he's a wonderful father, that he has a very strong relationship with them.
I have a story about that. I was having lunch privately with Princess Diana about, I think it was 6 or 8 weeks ago, and we were going through to the tiny dining room where we were dining together, passing lots of pictures, and I might say incidentally one with her with Mother Teresa, and what a sad piece of news that is. One with Mandela, one with Mother Teresa, one with, but dozens of William and Harry, and the very latest William and Harry picture had just been framed, and she turned and looked at it and said, he's growing very tall, isn't he, Geoffrey? And I said, he certainly is, Mom. And she said, and you know which side of the family that comes from, don't you? But she then said, when I stopped laughing, she looked at me very firmly and said, and Charles is an outstanding father, and the children adore him.
Well, Jeffrey, we'll ask you to pause there because we want to go to the M1 now. The flowers are coming off the hearse. The serious part of the motorcade now is about to begin the 70-mile trip north to the family estate by motorcycle escort. There will be great crowds there as well. The burial service will be private, and we want to remind all of you in the United States who are just joining us now that we are here in London at 1 p.m., but in New York and across the country, this is a special edition.
This is a special edition of Today, the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales.
You're looking at Westminster Abbey, which has been the site of a remarkable funeral service for a remarkable young woman, Diana, Princess of Wales, 36 years old, when she was lost to this world just a week ago Sunday. We're joined by Tina Brown, Andrew Roberts of the Sunday Times of London, and by Lord Jeffrey Archer, who was a member of Parliament, a great friend of Diana's, and of course one of the most successful authors anywhere at any time, anywhere in the world. And he was in the services itself. But on the way out, were people, you talked to your wife, but were others talking around you about Earl Spencer and about what they had been through, or were they in a state of kind of bewilderment or numbness, I suppose is a better way of describing it?
I think people did pick out different parts of the service they enjoyed. I think the general feeling inside was, and Lord Airlie, who was standing at the far end, and it was a fascinating piece of British protocol that only we could get involved in, that if this had been a state funeral, the Duke of Norfolk would have conducted it. because it wasn't a state funeral. Lord Airlie conducted, the Earl Airlie, and a lot of people were going up to him, congratulating him on, if I dare say it in your presence, and I know Gina will agree with me, there is no nation on earth who could have conducted something so quite that way. I'm glad to see you laugh.
No, even the colonies will concede
even
that.
All week long, you know, this has been billed as a unique funeral for a unique person. You think they did that very effectively? They accomplished all they wished to?
Lord Airlie made it clear to me, I don't know him at all, Lord Airlie made it clear to me, the one question he wanted answered by the people who came up to him, did I get the balance right? And I said I thought that was the biggest genius of all. You've got Elton John at one end, the Prime Minister, doing his reading beautifully. At the other end, you've got the Archbishop conducting it as the head of our church. You've got the royal family there, and I was delighted that the Queen Mother came. I thought this was almost a trump card, because people were saying she was not well enough. She's 95, 96. She turns up. It was almost a trump card. And so, yes, what most people felt, that Diana would have liked it, and that's what mattered.
But, and Tina, this is what we were talking about earlier. This is a kind of micro picture of the new nation, the new culture that she would like to see. The coming together of the classes and the interest and the passions of this country all the way up and down the scale.
It's almost as if, you know, in Prague they had the Velvet Revolution. I tend to think that this last week we've seen the Flower Revolution. And the Flower Revolution has been Diana's. And it's been about the spirit of democracy. It's been about shedding the culture of deference, shedding the old, stiff, unegalitarian way of doing things, and reaching out and mixing and shedding all the sort of feelings in inverted commas that tend to be in the upper class way in the past. I think she has achieved that.
And it ain't going to stop tomorrow, Tom. Don't imagine that these flowers won't keep coming and that people will just go home now and forget it. I think she started something that isn't going to be that easy to stop.
Andrew Roberts, do you agree? Is this the watershed?
Before we go to the watershed, we want to share with our audience, because a lot of them are just joining us now, parts of the service. And there was that arresting moment when Elton John rewrote a song for his friend and then performed.
Goodbye, England's rose, may you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country, and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, this road from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
Before we talk more about the future of the monarchy, which is up for debate among our guests here this morning, I'm just curious, Jeffrey, the atmosphere inside the church. It was so moving to me when Elton John was singing. I just want you to describe what it was like inside Westminster Abbey.
Well, I was very lucky because I was in the row behind the family, so we were up this end, whereas Elton was the other end, but we could hear him clearly, and very intelligently they'd put small television screens all over the cathedral, so there was no time that we were lost or not part of the service. When, for example, people came through the door, we didn't wonder who was coming or when they would arrive because we were up at the altar end. We could see them coming one by one. So we followed that. Elton, I thought, was wonderful. I thought, as I said earlier, that it looked as if he was going to capture the imagination of the whole world. And then suddenly we had this very remarkable, I don't know whether to call it address, speech, delivery,
dressing
that
down.
none of us were prepared for. We thought it would be a eulogy, and rightly so, on a very remarkable woman who Tina and I have known for some time and liked. The shock came when it turned into what I would, in inverted commas, call a political speech.
A personal statement of great passion, I think, Lord Jeffrey.
Yes, now, I wouldn't have dared make it. No one in public life would have dared to make it. I said that to my wife, I wouldn't have had that courage. And one of the family turned to me and said, he's got nothing to lose. He wished to make the statement, and he's got nothing to lose.
And he is her brother.
Yes.
Continuing on that theme, I thought it was particularly poignant when they showed a shot of Queen Elizabeth getting moist-eyed, listening to, of all people, Elton John. Talk about a juxtaposition of images. Andrew Roberts, we've been talking about the future of the monarchy. Obviously, Jeffrey Archer and Tina Brown feel as if it will have to change considerably. You think it's quite fine as it is?
No, I just think there is a good argument for people being reserved at times, as I'm sure that Jeffrey and Tina do as well. The thing you have to remember about certainly the Queen and Prince Philip, and of course the Queen Mother, is that they were shaped, their characters and personalities were shaped by the Second World War in a way that, of course, Diana, Princess of Wales, wasn't. And although we haven't got a war likely, nevertheless, it is at times of national peril and danger that the royal family comes into its own as a cementing force for national unity. What they do really when things aren't happening that are important, I don't think matters quite so much. And the lack of glamour, the lack of charisma, now that the princess is gone, could actually be a good thing for the royal family, because they might have the chance to be slightly quieter, slightly duller, slightly more obscure. That will not rebound to their disadvantage at all, I think.
What I think that Diana had, which I think that they are relearning, is the incredible power of gesture. She always had the power of gesture. She knew the right gesture to make. And I think that Prince Philip walking behind the casket, there was something deeply moving, I think, about the royal men and Earl Spencer, one of the royal men being so incredibly touchingly small in the case of Prince Harry, together walking behind the casket. I thought that was wonderful, and I think for Prince Philip to do that was them thinking about gesture.
It's constantly reinvented itself, of course, the monarchy. It wouldn't have lasted 1,000 years if it hadn't. it's very good at sudden gestures like that, inviting the press in when Buckingham Palace was bombed in 1940, obviously offering to pay tax in 1992. When there are pressures that build up, it's got a very good self-defensive mechanism.
You can't remove from this equation as well that Prince Philip, after all, is the grandfather to those two boys. We sometimes lose sight of that because we think of them by their official titles and by all the stratification that we have laid over these relationships and so on.
But don't let's kid ourselves, Tom. This week has been led, and I say this to you, Andrew, led by the people. On day one, they led it into day two. In day two, they led it into day three. And everybody, press, royal family, everybody, followed the people. And the final example of that, and I don't apologize for repeating it, was the applause for Earl Spencer's speech. That came from the people first, and the Abbey second.
Right. It was quite remarkable.
It's very remarkable. I think that the fact that the people, I don't believe that the majority of the people wanted to force the royal family out of Balmoral and into public grieving. I think that was something that was led by the tabloid press.
I agree with that. Absolutely.
We'll probably leave that debate to your country about where do we want to go now? We're at Jody Applegate is with another member of the crowd that is assembled here at Westminster, and there is this remarkable tableau below us. People have been camped all night long. It's 8 and 9 deep. Jody, where are you right now?
Actually, Tom, I'm not far from you. I'm down here in front of the Abbey, but we're joined by someone who represents one of the many charities and organizations with which Princess Diana was involved. Alistair Whittington is with the Royal Marsden Hospital, which is a cancer treatment center here in London, and I'm sure she was enormously helpful in raising funds at Royal Marsden. What will you do without her?
She was enormously helpful, not just for ourselves in raising funds, but equally for all the many charities she worked for. A question like what will you do without her? I think we all realise that the Princess is irreplaceable, and the position as president of the hospital, which she held, is something I don't think we'll ever look to replace.
She didn't just raise funds. She came there regularly to visit patients when photographers' cameras were present and when they weren't. She made private visits as well. What sort of effect did she have on the patients there? What kind of response did you see from them?
I think that's the thing that much of the public missed, is the fact that she was never solely in the spotlight. Her real work and where Diana, Princess of Wales, really came to light was when she was with the individual, whether they be a HIV/AIDS patient, whether it be visiting, in our case, cancer patients. She made a difference. She made them feel special. When she came round, although she'd go around and talk to an entire ward of patients, each one felt that she'd come to see them, and that sort of thing never got publicised. She never wanted it publicised, and really I think that's the real Diana that we will remember, not the glitzy, glamorous side. That was always something which she did and helped raise the profile of the charity she worked with, and indeed raise a lot of money. But it was the private personal visits and the touches in sending notes or cards and keeping interest in patients, after she'd visited them, that were never reported, never seen.
All right. Well, we are hearing about some of it now, and we thank you for sharing that with Alistair Whittington. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Jody. We have been talking here this morning at some length about the most remarkable moment in the funeral services, and that was the tribute paid by Earl Spencer, brother of Diana, Princess of Wales, to his sister. It went well beyond that. We want to share it with you now. Here is Earl Spencer, not so long ago, at Westminster Abbey, speaking of his sister.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday, in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this. a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting, was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born.
Those two places, and I certainly know there's marvelous historic things about so many of them.
We're back. We had an audio interrupt on the replay of Earl Spencer, who was giving a tribute to his sister. Obviously, we wanted to talk some more about what happened at the very end when there's Lord Jeffrey Archer and Andrew Roberts and Tina Brown, who joined Katie Couric and me here. We talked about the fact that he did become so emotional there. But to just recap for those of you who did not hear it, he talked about her in the most human terms. He talked about her own insecurities. He talked about her representing a constituency, as he described it, of the rejected. He pleaded with people not to sanctify her memory in an exaggerated fashion. He did not want her to be canonized. He wanted her to be remembered as a real human being. Then he began this attack, really, that began on the press, talking about the paparazzi and talking about her being at one end of the moral spectrum, the press at the other end. And then he said directly to the boys, in the blood family, referring to the Spencers, we will ensure that you will be raised in the manner in which she would have wanted. And it was the most exceptional funeral statement that I think anybody could have ever heard.
Well, very early on, though, we should mention the point he made about her not needing a royal title to have her particular brand of magic. I mean, I think that was a direct assault against the royal family, because obviously Princess Diana was stripped of her HRH title when the divorce became finalized about a year ago.
It was part of the divorce. She gave it up as part of the divorce settlement.
But did she give it up willingly?
The way it's generally seen is that she was stripped of it, but I don't think we should always automatically fail to give the royal family any of the benefit of the doubt, which we seem to have done too regularly.
Disagree with you here, Andrew, but the people never let her lose the HRH. I once introduced her at the Savoy by mistake, because it had been fairly soon afterwards. I said, Your Royal Highness, and I realized the moment I'd done it, that I'd got it completely wrong, turned to her and apologized and said, I do apologize. The whole audience applauded. And it was very obvious that they didn't want her.
And it was at that juncture during the tribute, actually, that the entire crowd erupted in applause as well. One of the many times, actually.
Did they applaud during the speech?
They applauded. They applauded 3 times during the speech.
Good heavens!
No, they cheered him for his attack on the paparazzi, for the manner in which he was going to raise the children, and how he addressed her and her standing with them. And it was the first spontaneous outburst that we'd had out here. Everybody had been, I think it's fair to say, reverential about the people who were coming and watching them come in, and they'd been here for a long time. But that was a true spontaneous response. And
we missed that inside.
Yeah.
Did you hear them applaud Elton John?
No, they applauded him.
No, we couldn't. I heard applause for a few moments, wondered what the heck it was. Then I heard more applause, and then it started, as I say, at the back of the Abbey and swept through.
I felt that, I mean, just looking, that there almost seemed to be still at the end a kind of almost sense of incredulous shock. I didn't feel that there was such a sense of consolation in the congregation as a feeling still of disbelief and unwillingness to...
Well, she's 36.
Yeah.
I wanted, Jeffrey, this is something that, Lord Jeffrey, this is something...
Don't get cheeky with me, cheeky.
We've known each other too long. He also said this remarkable thing: for all of the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. You never hear that at a funeral, especially about someone who has been, this week, raised to the level that he asked everybody to bring proportion.
I spoke to someone in the Mall. I don't know about bulimia, and I don't I don't apologize for not understanding it fully, but a lady stopped me in the mall and said, you know, I had bulimia, and I said, I didn't know. And she said, but I didn't dare tell my husband until Diana got up and said it out loud. And she said one of her great strengths is she said, I'm not perfect, I have all these problems, here's one. And what she seemed to bind together is when people had a problem, they thought, wow, if she can tell everybody, I can tell everybody. And that's a lot of why they loved her.
But I think that was particularly true, Tina and Katie, for women. I think that there was a gender identification with her. Men were bedazzled by her, obviously.
Yeah,
correct. But the fact is that women had this organic relationship with this distant figure because of all that, because of the marriage, because of the bulimia, because of the insecurities.
Yes, they did. I mean, it bound all sorts of women together, unexpected women. And also even things like her love of clothes. I mean, there was the frivolous side of her too, which women can identify with a lot of as well. It was that wonderful mix that so many women deal with, you know, as Katie said earlier, the bad body image on one hand, the love of clothes, the seriousness, the earnestness, the pain, the bad choices in men. It just fused together to be someone deeply recognizable to ourselves.
Because it is interesting, Tina, many beautiful women, of course, who get $26 million in a divorce settlement would be sort of disliked by other women, and women would envy her or be jealous of her, but that just wasn't the case.
And I think people also recognize what an exceptional mother she was. And I think that really came through.
Really rang true for so many people, especially from learning the news of her death.
It was so obvious. We'll be back with more continuing coverage of this special edition of Weekend Today, the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales, in a moment.
Soon you may have something better to wake up to.
You're a winner in the Publishers Clearinghouse Sweepstakes.
And I don't look good.
Starting September 24th, the Prize Patrol will wake up a new winner every morning for a month.
No, I must be dreaming.
Here, the Prize Patrol.
That's 30 winners in 30 days.
And here I am in my old house coat.
You could wake up to thousands, even millions of dollars. Enter the Publishers Clearinghouse Sweepstakes today, and soon you could wake up a winner.
Color is critical. So don't talk to me unless you can match the color I want every time, every can. Don't talk to me about paint if it doesn't look and feel like this. Don't talk to me about paint prices if I can't get the color in the house that I want. All the pros will tell you doing it right the first time costs less than doing it over. Do not talk to me about paint unless you're a Benjamin Moore dealer talking about Benjamin Moore paint, because now you're talking about the best for my house. Benjamin Moore, the best advice, the best paint. Hey, I can't help it. I like the best.
Dateline Sunday. What this man has to say could make you think twice about what you put on the grill this weekend. A former meat packer blows the whistle.
Dateline Sunday.
On NBC.
I got rid of my gray hair in just 5 minutes, and I love the natural highlights and shine.
Introducing revolutionary new Just 5, the only 5-minute hair color for women that gently blends away gray in 5 minutes without changing your natural color, while extra conditioners leave hair soft and shiny.
Beautiful hair in just 5 minutes.
New Just 5, the only 5-minute hair color for women.
The Corner Store, giving customers choice. But for power to light this bulb, there is no choice. Electric power is controlled by monopolies. Competition will save Americans about $200 million a day. That's like a $295 a year tax cut for your family. Plus, it slashes the deficit by $67 billion over 5 years. In Washington, the monopolies are fighting to delay the choice you deserve. Let Congress know you want electric competition now. Put the power where it belongs, in your hands.
You're watching the funeral procession of Diana is her body is now being taken to the family estate. She'll be buried on an island in a lake. It's about 70 miles north of London. Cars have been stopped on the M1 on incoming into London. This is the outgoing side. She has that motorcycle escort. The flowers have been removed, and that very touching note, mummy, the flowers delivered by her children on her casket is now inside.
It's a 77-mile journey, Tom, and the burial ceremony at Althorpe is going to be in sharp contrast to what we saw transpire here earlier at Westminster Abbey. Only 10 people will be present.
And at Buckingham Palace earlier today, we're sharing some of this with you now because we know that you're joining us in the United States. There was this exceptional and memorable family portrait of the royal family. Well, I'm told that we don't have that. Now let's go to Jane Pauley, who was there when it happened, and she can describe for us in her inimitable way just what it was that she saw earlier today. Jane?
Oh, well, Tom, it was quite unprecedented. Just over my left shoulder, a gate is now closed, but the royal family, virtually all of them, with the exception, I guess, of Prince Charles, Prince William and Harry, and Earl Spencer, who were waiting at St. James, walked out to honor the cortege as it passed by, and including a moment that I guess our American audience might not feel the significance of. Well, what else would she do? But the Queen nodded her head as if to bow to Diana, which is rather an extraordinary gesture here. I'm joined by Robert Fox, who has been watching some of the other unprecedented developments here. And not to exaggerate the importance of the day, but the day has been important, and you don't know quite yet just how.
I think we've heard from my fellow studio guests rightly, you know, the whys and wherefores and what possibly it will mean for the monarchy. I think that people are still in so much shock, and the spontaneous reaction of the crowd has been so extraordinary. We've seen a bit here that it's really a day of questions, not answers. But they are very big questions indeed. And the first spontaneous reaction happened just behind us here when the royal standard came down and the Union Jack went up to half-mast. We knew that was going to happen, but there was absolutely spontaneous applause.
A little background once again for our American audience. So the Old Glory may wave at half-staff at the White House on special occasions. At Buckingham Palace, the Union Jack, in 1,000 years this has never happened, and that it did today was, as you and others have pointed out, was people-driven. I think that's what Lord Archer's phrase was, people-driven. If all the events of this week have been people-driven, who is going to take the wheel, and where are they going to go? Is it Tony Blair, the Prime Minister?
I think an awful lot. I think there are some people who are really severely under pressure, as we said, from that remarkable tribute, which turned into a polemic. That's the word we're looking for, from Earl Spencer. The people he was trying to protect so much, Princes Harry and William, the two boys, there's awful pressure on them now. And the man who's got to steady the boat and balance the boat, as we have seen, and he read very well and very emotionally, and he's been very emotional in his public pronouncements all week, really moved by this, is Tony Blair. Tony Blair knows that the earth is moving somewhat in the British Constitution, and whatever Andrew Roberts has been saying today, I don't think they can go back to the same old stuffy protocol of the early 20th century and the late 19th century.
You know, one thought I had as I hand it back to you, Tom, as we digest the remarkable tribute from Earl Spencer, which had an awful lot of meat on it. I thought it was very interesting how he posed his sister in terms of the in some respects, ordinary person she was. She never made any pretense of being an expert at anything or being very well educated. And the fact that he would call her greatest gift intuition, that he would applaud her instinct for knowing what was important, and what he called her God-given sensitivity. Instinct, intuition, and God-given sensitivity were gifts that came naturally to her and are independent of whether they were developed at university. Tom?
Thank you, Jane. He said that she represented the constituency of the rejected in his phrase. We do have that videotape now, Jane, which we're going to look at, that we saw earlier today, of the family. There's been a lot of talk this week in London, especially doesn't the royal family get it? Well, this is an indication that the royal family does get it, because this was this appearance that they all made together as a cortege burying the body of Diana went by Buckingham Palace.
I haven't seen any of this.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's, we can't say enough how unusual this is. This is something that people in the United States might think is a typical and expected show of support and grief.
Yes, I'm seeing it for the first time, and of course you always wonder what was actually happening outside. It's fascinating to see the pictures at the same time as the people in the United States of America, because being inside the Abbey itself, we could see what was happening inside the Abbey, but we were all wondering what was happening outside the Abbey.
Can you put this in some perspective for us?
Well, you'll have to tell me. Prince Charles, both princes and the Duke of Edinburgh were all behind.
No, they went down to St. James's Palace and joined the cortege. This is Queen Elizabeth and Prince Andrew and the other members of the royal family who assembled just outside of Buckingham Palace, and the Queen, in fact, did bow her head as the casket went by. And then they picked up later down the Mall. They picked up Prince Philip, Prince Charles, William, Harry, and Earl Spencer.
In theory, the Queen bows to no one on earth.
Right.
In theory,
This might be a
but
moment
this
we
week
call
there
the
are no
line,
rules
so
left. I mean, this is a one-off. One of the things the people kept saying was, blow the rules. It's never going to happen again in our lifetimes. It's never happened before in the past, so let's blow the rules for this week.
There was a member of the crowd of mourners yesterday when Queen Elizabeth did come out and pay her respects and talk with some of the mourners who were assembled there. The quote that was widely used in most of the papers today was that one woman said she looked like she'd had a good week. So there was a kind of softening of their attitude. There you see, Jeffrey, Prince Philip on the right.
And how did the crowds react to that? In silence or in...
They were quite quiet. Yeah, but they were all at the beginning there was some pretty pronounced sobbing when the cortege left Kensington Palace. But after that, it was pretty much what you see there everywhere of the way. There was
amazing crowds. I apologize for saying what is the obvious when you've already seen it for 2 or 3 hours, but having seen it, I was looking forward to going home tonight and seeing a sort of condensed version, but seeing it for the first time, when I came back last night from your program, which I did at 1 in the morning our time, I asked the driver to take me round the route, and they were already 3-4 deep at 1 in the morning, and there was a great camaraderie going on among the people who knew that they had 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hours to wait simply to see something pass them for a few moments.
Some people actually spent 3 nights.
Out here, yes. On Thursday night they started.
Incredible.
Expressing an incredible need to be
make a statement
here and to witness this event.
They wanted to make
Here we are back with the motorcade north of London again.
When Queen Victoria had her funeral, the working people used to go down on their knees in the fields as the train carrying her body passed. One also almost feels that if one person did here, then they all.
Trollope made the most wonderful statement about Victoria's funeral, which you may remember, when old Jolyon is sitting and he's not been able to get up. And they're all looking out of the window as the hearse goes by, and he starts shouting at them, and he's very old, and he can just get the words out. And the marvellous sentence he delivered, "I do not care to be seated when the monarch passes me." Wonderful line. Only Trollope could have written that.
That's how these people obviously feel, as well as the woman who, in fact, did become a queen in their hearts, goes to her final resting place on that island.
I'm not sure if we'll ever know, Tom, the exact number of people who
there's been a lot of talk about the press here in London and attacks on it and so on, but this is a very competitive Evening Standard. It is out with a full-color photograph already being sold in the streets of London. The ceremonies earlier today, distribution. Tina Brown, who is the editor of The New Yorker and knows a little bit about this, is in awe of the swiftness with which they got all of that out.
Trying to figure out technically how they did that. It's only been, an hour and a half, and we actually hold it in our hands. I want to know.
I suspect it's the outside page.
want to talk about some of the ambient sound. We've lost the chimes of Westminster Abbey. They've been replaced by the sounds of a street sweeper that is passing by. So it's a good time for us then to go to Buckingham Palace and Sarah James. Sarah?
Well, Tom, one of the things that we've noticed here is a whole question about what happens next. Here's the issue. One of our commentators was talking earlier about the fact that there's this whole grief that has been going on for more than a week, and finally there's an opportunity to talk about it. But what happens now that the funeral is over? I've been talking to a couple of people in the crowd. Sylvia, you said you really scarcely knew what to do after the funeral ended.
Well, I was going to make my way home, but I don't know what drew me back. You know, I don't even want to leave now, but obviously I've got to get home to my children.
Why does it seem so strange to you to leave, to return from this?
I don't know. It's just something in the heart, I think. I can't explain it, really.
What do you hope will be the aftermath and the outcome of the funeral?
Well, I think she'll always be in our thoughts and our hearts, obviously, the whole nation. But, well, I think we just have to wait and see what the royal family has for us next.
You had expressed some frustration at the paparazzi and at the media in general. Do you hope that this sends a message?
Well, I hope they've learnt now, but who knows? Is there going to be a stop to all this? Just the people have felt really bad, I think, towards the paparazzi because of the way they treated and was always into her private life.
I also wanted to talk to Pat O'Donoghue. Pat, you came here from Ireland. That might strike some people as unusual. Why did you come?
I came principally to pay my last respects, but she was a woman who transcended politics. She was as well liked, I would have said, in Ireland as she was in the UK.
Is that something that in general the people of Ireland would say about the monarchs here in London?
Well, I wouldn't say it generally about the monarchs, no. In the case of Diana, the British Embassy has been swamped for the week in Dublin. In terms of the monarchy, I would say no, I'd say...
So this is all about Diana?
Absolutely, yeah.
You said actually that the plane flights over here were booked solid.
Yeah, every seat on every plane for the last several days. A lot of people have come to the funeral.
What does that say to you?
What does that say to me? It says to me, I guess, that people care about the woman.
In Ireland, in Britain, and indeed around the world. Tom, those are some of the sentiments that we're getting here. And I have to impress upon you the fact that it is amazing how many people remain here. Like Sylvia told us, it's as if they don't know what to do next. And I think one of the challenges for the royals and indeed for Britain as a whole is going to be determining what happens next, what to do with this incredible outpouring of affection, what to do now that the funeral is over. Tom?
Weekend edition of Today, right after this.
Got a lot accomplished this week.
Thanks to Jimmy's versatility.
Let's see. Hauled the love seat in for reupholstering on Monday.
Thanks to Jimmy's cargo space.
Took the kids to soccer practice Wednesday.
With its spacious interior and luxury ride.
Bought groceries.
You can do a lot in a Jimmy.
And now, a weekend getaway.
Jimmy by GMC. It puts you comfortably in command.
All-star MVP Mike Piazza spends 9 innings destroying his hair and 90 seconds bringing it back with Pert Plus. More than a shampoo, it conditions too. How? As you shampoo, the conditioner stays suspended. Then as you rinse, the conditioners go to work, giving you great hair simply. Perfect for Mike, because he wants great hair, but he'd rather be living in it than working on it. Wouldn't you? Pert Plus. Simply great hair. Simply.
NBC tonight. Profiler returns with a 2-hour trilogy event.
I am the deadliest of my kind.
Profiler returns, NBC tonight.
The lowest prices of the year end Monday at Slumberland Furniture. But till then, you'll find everything in the store on sale, plus our lowest prices of the year on hundreds of name brand items. Get the world-class quality and comfort of a Sealy PostureTech Queen set for only $297. This set features the patented Sealy PostureTech coil system. At just $297, it's our lowest price ever. So, if you're into saving, get into Slumberland. But hurry, our lowest prices of the year Labor Day sale ends Monday, only at Slumberland Furniture. Now we go to Phil live at the big game.
Well, I don't know what it's like outdoors, but I've got 72 degrees and a really great seat.
Yeah, who cares if it snows when you're
Under the dome, huh?
Dome schmome, pal. I'm at home. Go, go! Touchdown, yes!
The Inside Guys at Shaw Heating and Cooling are your indoor weather experts. Let a Carrier high-efficiency furnace and air conditioner control the weather in your home and take advantage of rebates from Carrier and the local utility. Don't forget, call Shaw, y'all.
Carrier, custom-made indoor weather.
And we're back on this special edition of Weekend Today. I'm Katie Couric here with Tom Brokaw in front of Westminster Abbey. Perhaps one of the most dramatic and solemn moments of the morning or of the day here in London, Tom, was when Diana's coffin finally made its way through the 3.5-mile procession, the route along the streets of London, arrived here at Westminster Abbey. We're going to take a look at that for those of you who might have missed it.
Jeffrey, look, that's the arrival of the cortege.
Right, yeah, well, that's the first time we saw it.
Yeah, it comes into Westminster now.
What happened was that when each member of the royal family came in, they got up at different sections as they walked through, but not with the cortege. Immediately they saw on the television the cortege had reached the steps, everybody rose. Tiny little thing, but amazing, the sort of feeling inside the...
This is earlier today, the arrival of the casket bearing the body of Diana, Princess of Wales, at Westminster Abbey. The royal family has already been assembled. She is accompanied by her sons, by her former husband, and by her brother, Earl Spencer, who gave such a riveting personal tribute to her, filled with passion, politics, and anger, really. And, of course, by her father-in-law, her former father-in-law, with whom she had a very strained relationship, Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth. They exchanged memoranda on the duties of the Princess of Wales when she was still married to Prince Charles. She finally wrote to him, it has been reported, well, it's nice getting to know you this way.
It's really quite a remarkable blend of pageantry and pop culture, if you will, with many of the traditions of the Anglican Church, and then, of course, a song by Elton John.
Well, we were saying earlier, it's an intersection of so many things, Jeffrey, of all the national interest, really, of this country. We had Scottish hymns and Irish hymns, a Welsh hymn. We did have Elton John, who is one of the most important pop culture figures of Great Britain. Earl Spencer talking about the paparazzi and the role of the press. You have the royal family. You also have the other luminaries like Richard Branson and Jeffrey Archer, best-known authors who are there.
It was almost more a memorial service than a funeral. It was almost because memorial services have over the past 10 years, I don't know if they have in your country, but they have in Britain, become much more like that, almost celebrations, almost a statement of what the person had achieved in their life, rather than being sorry that they're dead. And this almost was halfway between a funeral and a memorial service.
Tom, perhaps we can get some insight from someone else who attended the funeral. Kevin Tibbles is joined by the director of the Natural History Museum. He became quite friendly with Princess Diana and her two sons. Kevin, what were his impressions of the funeral?
Well, Katie, indeed, I'm standing here with Neil Chalmers, the director of the Natural History Museum here in London. You were at the service today. Diana was your patron. What were your thoughts?
It was an overwhelming occasion, obviously one of great sadness and memories of all that she did for us in our museum, which was tremendous. She used to bring her children in to see the exhibitions. She used to help us with fundraising. She used to bring her children in quite quietly sometimes without telling us.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been to the Natural History Museum. It is a family place, a place for children. What are your thoughts about her children today on this very sad day?
Well, I'm deeply sad for them. I'm amazed at their courage and self-possession. I thought they were wonderful. And I think the whole country is going out in their hearts to support them and wish them everything that can possibly be done to put this terrible tragedy behind them.
Just in closing, how will your museum, of which Diana was patron, remember her?
With enormous affection. She did wonderful things for us. She was full of fun, and I think we'll notice the loss tremendously.
Neil Chalmers, thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Kevin Tibbles. I must say it was the part of her that I admired so much, maybe more than any other part, was that business about being determined to be such a good mother and to raise these boys in a way in which they could live in a real world, not the artificial world as I see it, of the world into which they were born. We had a story earlier this week about a homeless shelter, and one man who was a representative today of that shelter at her funeral, saying she would bring her boys there and say to them deliberately, you must know about this way of life as well. And she would bring them late at night so that, there wouldn't be any attention given to her.
She was determined to expose them to those things and not let them live in a glass, in a glass cage. She had to fight to do that because the press invaded her at every turn and they always accused it of being a publicity stunt. It wasn't a publicity stunt. She really felt there was a tremendous danger in her boys just sort of growing up oblivious.
She would stand in line with them at McDonald's. She would take them shoe shopping and insist that they be given no special privileges.
She considered it was the two parts of her life. There was the one part, which was the charities and what she would have described as the causes, landmines, AIDS, leprosy, whatever it might be. But she would say very firmly, I have a job as the mother of the future king, and I am determined that as he will be king in the 21st century, he knows what real people are thinking about. And she also said, not to me, but to many people, and I've every reason to believe it's true, that William was singularly qualified for the job, that he really was determined to do the job, and she felt all the right characteristics and qualifications.
And Andrew Roberts, I think she was really looking forward to continuing her role in shaping Prince William, wasn't she?
Well, he'd already shown some independence, actually from her as well as from Prince Charles, by deciding which holidays he was going to go on, by deciding who was going to be with him in his party at the 4th of June at Eton. Both of those things actually were just as much directed at establishing his independence from her as from the palace or any hidebound courtiers or anything like that. So this is a young man who is absolutely on the edge of adulthood almost, and I think she was proud of that.
Katie and Tina and everybody, do you think that the paparazzi, which is really under the glare right now, will get it when it comes to Prince William and to young Harry?
Not unless their editors and proprietors say no. And, you know, it's interesting, I mean, Lord Spencer referred to the paparazzi, and I think that there's been a slightly you know, phony attacks by the British press on the sort of foreign press, as if somehow, you know, the foreign press really were the problem here, the foreign paparazzi. But actually, the Princess of Wales was far more troubled by the British tabloids than she was by the foreign. She tended to think, actually, that some of the foreign paparazzi was rather fun, you know, up to a point. I mean, not to the point she was invaded as much as she was. But it was the British press that were her plague. And, I mean, they really did bedevil her. I mean, it was really Rupert Murdoch who has been sort of very absent, really, from all of this by name, but it was really he, above all, who lowered the bar on the British press. It was he who decided to make the Sun treat the royal family like commodities, and he who changed everything. And when he got hold of the quality papers, they went the same way.
Don't you think at this point in time, though, that the English people feel so protective of Prince William and Prince Harry that finally they might say, we're not going to buy these publications?
No, they won't. No. Tina's right. Tina's got it right. It's the proprietors who will make the decision. People will go on buying the papers. It's one of the great statements people always say. If you want to stop this, stop buying the papers. It never actually happens. In the case of Diana, Tom, I think the other side of this, too, was she'd have been cared much more about how the British people saw her than, say, how the Italians or the French or the Germans saw her. It reminds me, just saying it as you do, that the great Laurence Olivier, arguably one of the greatest actors our nation ever produced, did advertisements abroad, but never in England. And I think she probably felt, I'd love to be loved by my own people, and I don't mind having a bit of fun with the rest of them.
I think what wore her down was the constant search for the adverse angle. That's what really wore her down, was the way it was always the search for the negative angle. And that was led by the, you know, the tabloids, by the Murdoch press, and it spilled then over into the quality.
And there's no code of conduct for paparazzi, that's the other thing. I mean, if at the end it turns out that proprietors, or indeed anybody else, will not self-regulate, there has to be at some stage an argument for privacy legislation in this.
Like France, where nothing happened at all? I mean...
Well, no, like France for Frenchmen. The trouble with her is that she wasn't getting the legal support because she wasn't French. If Dodi Fried had gone to move in Paris and she had gone and lived with him, they would have cracked down on what was happening to her. The big problem was she was only there for a weekend.
Now, my guess is that certainly won't happen in America, that there won't be any legislation against the paparazzi.
But isn't it interesting that Earl Spencer actually mentioned the word paparazzi? I mean, that shook me in itself. In Westminster Abbey, not over here at Central Hall, or over there in the House of Commons, but in Westminster Abbey.
Jeffrey, hold that. Everyone will be back. Continuing coverage right after this.
Go away.
Come on, we're gonna be late.
Saturday.
Dum-dum-da-dum.
I'm sweating.
Here, hon. Have some breakfast.
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars.
Low fat? No preservatives? We're not that late, are we?
A great soft baked crust and real fruit filling.
I'd eat this even if I wasn't late.
And when would that be?
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars. Good food to go.
Your tiny hands, your little feet, that silly laugh, smile so sweet.
At the JCPenney Baby Day sale, you'll find big savings on the things you need for your little one.
JCPenney, I love your style.
Nitol takes the worry out of sleeping pills.
It's natural to have trouble sleeping sometimes. Now there's a natural solution. New Nitol Natural. Its organic ingredients aren't habit-forming. Fall asleep naturally, wake up refreshed, not groggy. New Nitol Natural.
Behind the glory,
You're stuffing yourself and throwing it all up.
she fought a private battle for her life.
This is my dream, and I'm not ready to give it up.
Perfect Body, NBC Monday.
may already know about the beauty and quality of Amish House furniture, but here's something you may not know. You can afford it. The selection is huge, the furniture and accessories are gorgeous. Whether you buy it from stock or have it custom made, as our friend Eli says, it costs less than you think. Desks and entertainment showcase. Whether it's time for company or just some time with your thoughts, a beautiful Amish House entertainment center or desk will flow with your lifestyle. Both are on sale with 10% off, including special orders. Only at Amish House Furniture, Urbandale.
The Golden Apple. It's just a way of saying thank you for a job well done.
The outstanding teacher in my life is Mrs. Lisa Kelsey. And you make my day magical. That's all there is to it. Thank you.
The Golden Apple, sponsored by the Allied Group and TV13.
We're back on this special edition of Weekend Today, and we want to tell you that the procession carrying Princess Diana to her final resting place at her family estate continues on the M1. That's the highway leading north out of London. I'm Tom Brokaw here with Katie Couric, assorted guest. We've had an exceptional and memorable morning here, filled with emotion and passion and some anger as well, but mostly a great outpouring of love for the woman who did become, in her own phrase, queen in the hearts of the people. NBC's Jody Applegate is with us as well. And Jody, you have someone who had a special feeling for Diana.
Yes, Tom, we're here with Trish Pickersgill and her son Jonathan, and they spent the night out here last night. What time did you get here?
8 o'clock.
Why did you want to come down here? I mean, it was a chilly night last night. You've got your camping gear. It doesn't look like you would have been terribly comfortable, but what made you come down here?
Because it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. And you just couldn't get the feeling at home watching the television. You just needed to be here.
Princess Diana seemed to have a special bond with the ill and the disabled, and you said you wouldn't mind if we mentioned that you're in your wheelchair because you have lupus. Did you admire her in particular because you felt some kind of special connection to her?
I liked her because of the way she was with children and the way she was going to bring the boys up. She was going to bring them up so they could meet ordinary people and do ordinary things.
You're bringing up a boy of your own, and Jonathan, you promised me you wouldn't be nervous if I came over and talked to you, and you wanted to tell us what you wrote in the condolence book. There's a book of condolences for Princess Diana in your very own town. What did you write in the book?
Well, I told that my mum's got lupus and she's ill and everything, and I explained to her, I explained in the book that I like Princess Di because she concentrates on the disabled, and I really admire that in her because my mum's got illness, and I like to think that she's helping my mum. So.
And after this you're going to Buckingham Palace. What will you do there?
We're going to give her our flowers, but we've written a little note in.
You've written a note, and I see you have the flowers in your lap there, Trish. And after that your husband's going to pick you up and you'll go home, and Sunday will come and Monday will come, and now this funeral is all over. I guess the question is, what's next? What do you think you'll feel, and people like you all across Britain will feel, come Monday morning?
I don't know. I still don't think it's sunk in that she's gone, because she's in all the newspapers and she still looks so alive. So it's going to take a long time for it to sink in that she's gone.
Do you think Britain is somehow changing because of this extraordinary series of events we've seen?
I think she's changed the monarchy. The monarchy was very stiff and right and proper. And I think she's brought them down to earth and made them more approachable. Even Prince Charles has become more approachable now. And I think that's what Diana's doing.
So do you think somehow out of this tragedy, good will come in that the royal family will become closer to their subjects?
I hope so. I hope they don't have too much, the royal family doesn't have too much influence over the boys and then make them become all their way. But I hope, like the Earl Spencer will have his influence and try and bring them up as Diana would have wanted.
You particularly liked the Earl Spencer's comments. Why?
Yes, I did. I liked his speech. He came really right from the heart. He said when she first died, he was against it. He said the newspapers would kill her, and they did in the end. And he was quite
quite bitter in his speech, but it was right from the heart, whereas when the Queen did her speech, she said the right things, but she didn't show any emotion, whereas you could tell it with him, that you could see it in him. It was natural.
Despite that, though, you do think that the royal family will somehow have a warmer relationship with the nation?
I think so, yeah.
Trish, we thank you so much for talking with us. We know you have a long day ahead of you still, and we hope you have a safe trip back home. Thank you so much, and thank you very much, Jonathan. Katie, back to you.
Thanks, Jody. Quite a moving conversation, Tom, and there's no shortage of stories like that, people who feel an incredible personal connection to this princess, whether they ever met her or not.
First day I was here, which was Sunday, I guess. I got here Monday night. I can't remember now. And what happened is that I was in the line over at Buckingham Palace watching the mourners go forward. There was a man with a crew cut and tattoos on his arm, a real working-class Brit with a 7-year-old daughter, clutching a spray of flowers, tears running down her face, and her mother there as well. And I went over to talk to them, and I just said, tell me about the connection that you have with Diana. And he said, this is my princess. And whenever she was on television, we would sit together and say, there's our princess. And he said it's the first time that she felt this kind of loss or understood it. And there is that connective tissue that really exists for so many families in this country with Diana. Even families who are having very, very difficult times, obviously, they felt that they identified.
We should mention to our viewers that we're looking at live pictures of members of the family arriving in Northamptonshire for the burial of Princess Diana, something that will be in sharp contrast to what happened at Westminster Abbey. Only 10 family members and her personal butler will be present during her burial, which will be on an island in the middle of a place called Oval Lake that apparently has very strong childhood connections for Princess Diana. Tom, all week long we have been inundated with images of Princess Diana. Diana as mother, Diana as compassionate caregiver to the weak and downtrodden, and yes, Diana, Princess of Wales, as fashion plate. We've seen many, many photos of her in haute couture and beautiful evening gowns at various events. The legendary designer Valentino was one of those who participated in the funeral service, who was there at Westminster Abbey. He joins us now to reflect on not only Diana's influence on the fashion world, but your feelings about the events of this day.
I am a designer, of course. She was for us, for me, an icon of elegance, an icon of beauty, of allure, and I met her many, many years ago, and I feel very strange today to be on television and to have my face on television, because it's a very sad day, and I wouldn't love to have publicity on my own speaking about Princess of Wales. What I really would love to know, she was an amazing lady, and I saw her dressed recently, and she was full of life, and she really looks very, very, very happy. And this morning in the cathedral, I felt this emotion to see all those people, and they were really very, very concerned about this tragedy, and to see this perfect organization. Then just in England we see this sort of thing, and I was touched to see the coffin arriving with the two princes behind and the speech of this brother.
You thought the funeral service suited her?
Unbelievable, and I think she paid very, very, very badly because she died, but I think she would be very, very happy to see which tribute the nation gave to her.
In general, what do you think her influence was on the world of fashion?
Oh my gosh, she was beautiful. She was a very sympathetic lady. She was full of life. She loves beautiful things. She had the most amazing body, and I think she was really a beautiful image for England.
Quite a trendsetter, would you say, that people all across the world would look at her and want to emulate her?
Absolutely. To me, she's, I repeat, an icon of elegance that everybody's going to miss.
Her style certainly went through some changes, didn't
Absolutely.
it? We saw evidence of that during the auction of her gowns at Christy,
I was there.
Some of her gowns were sort of unbelievably dated, but of course they would be.
Yeah, but this was Princess of Wales at that moment. After, of course, they wear traditional ball gown, traditional clothes for the occasion of that particular moment. After she changed, she became more modern, she changed the hair, and she became really the lady that she was the last few weeks, last few months, let's say, where everybody was a great admirer of her, and I mean, she was really somebody extremely special.
The sister of Gianni Versace was present, wasn't she?
Yeah, I have seen her, she was there, and of course, it was a sad moment for her too, because she was at the funeral, and I was there too, in Milano, at the funeral, Versace's funeral.
Any number of designers were here. I saw Ralph and Ricky Lauren, Ralph Lauren and his wife were here as well. So I think that they all feel that they've lost somebody. She had so many constituencies. And NBC's Keith Miller now is along the funeral route with two people who came a long, long way for this. Keith?
Indeed, they traveled since 3:30 this morning to get here, and what they witnessed was a remarkable ceremony that soared into the extraordinary and took their emotions right along with it. So with me is Sue, and Ralph, can you tell me, how was the ceremony for you? What was that one moment that had your emotions going?
For me, it was the speech which Princess Di's brother gave. That was the most moving part of the ceremony for me. Yeah.
How about for you? You mentioned Elton John earlier, that you thought that was the moment for you.
Yes, for me it was Elton John's revised version of Candle in the Wind, because music is always very emotional for me, and I found that the most emotional part. Also, I found Princess Diana's brother's speech very emotional too, but for me it was the music.
But you traveled more than 100 miles to get down here. This must have been a very special, important day for you. Why?
Well, I've watched the coverage on British TV throughout the week, and it was Thursday when I just finally made my mind up that I had to come down. I couldn't sit at home and not do anything. I just had to be here.
What about the people? You were in Hyde Park looking at the ceremony and the service on the giant screens with the speakers. What was the atmosphere among the people that you were with?
The atmosphere was very, very strong for very, very much pro-Diana, very much for Diana, and very much against the paparazzi that had put her away, for want of a better phrase. For example, when Princess Diana's brother gave his speech, there was a round of applause at the end of it when he mentioned the paparazzi, because they felt very strongly about the words that he said.
So Jane, you know, the tabloid press here is very popular. Which one do you read?
The Daily Mirror.
And they publish photos. They pay for photos of Diana. They'll probably continue to pay for photos of other celebrities.
Yeah.
So how do you stop that? How do you stop this cult of personality where they actually go and pay for photos and then subject these people to such harassment?
I don't think that it will ever be stopped, but there needs to be some guidelines, there needs to be some rules sort of laid down as to what they can and cannot do.
Jane, Richard, thank you very much for being with us. Tom, it's been very emotional here. We're just outside of Princess Diana's former home, Kensington Palace, and the people, interestingly enough, continue to arrive and continue to lay flowers at the gates of the palace. Tom?
Thanks very much, Keith.
I think the British people will be grief-stricken for some time. In fact, the condolence books apparently will remain out, ready to be signed for written messages on till September 15th, which is interesting. We just wanted to thank, before we go to a commercial break, Valentino for stopping by and talking with us, and of course Andrew Roberts, who's been here with us all morning from the Sunday Times of London. Andrew has a wedding to attend, sort of two very, very different events on this day for you, Andrew.
Yes, absolutely. The sadness and then the excitement and the fun. It's going to be quite weird to undergo the change, but nevertheless, in the midst of death, there is life.
Andrew, in traditional morning suit, which is appropriate for both occasions, it turns out here.
Well, it wasn't appropriate for this one because the royal family were told to wear suits. But if it had been a state funeral or a normal funeral, then they would have been in this get-up.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It's been a pleasure having you, Valentino. Thank you as well. We want to remind everybody that this is continuing coverage on Weekend Today on NBC, also on MSNBC and on MSNBC.com. Back after this.
Last month, Publishers Clearinghouse surprised one winner.
You have won $1 million from Publishers Clearinghouse.
I can't believe it.
This is the truth.
No, go away.
Now they'll surprise 30 winners. Starting September 24th, the Prize Patrol will wake up a new winner every morning for a month.
Let me get my shoes.
That's 30 winners in 30 days. You could wake up to thousands, even millions of dollars.
Yeah, I think I'm going to faint.
Enter the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes today and you could wake up a winner.
Morning with the dawn, a new day's hopes are born. Wake up, Dad, lots to do. Your daughter's counting on you.
Folgers, mountain-grown beans from some of the world's richest coffee regions, brew a winning taste and aroma.
It's that morning wake up call that wakes up the winner in a song. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
She was their patron, bringing hope and cheer to the young patients at this London hospital. The story of their special grief. Join Tom Brokaw from London tonight on NBC Nightly News.
Homemakers and Serta Perfect Sleeper would like to present a 1997 Consumer Digest Best Buy mattress. This luxurious pillow-top sleep set has all the advantages of a top-quality mattress. You would pay $8.99 anywhere else and worth every penny. Now, for a limited time, only $6.99. Homemaker's special purchase price. Serta, we make the world's best mattress. Now at both Homemaker's locations.
You're going to want to take advantage of the great deals at the Dodge Big Summer Clearance before time runs out. You'll need to be quick on your feet to corner a Caravan with up to $1,000 cash back. And since after $750 cash back, Caravan is the lowest priced minivan in the industry, time isn't the only thing that's going to fly. Get to the Dodge Big Summer Clearance soon, because the clock is running. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
We're back to a special edition of Weekend Today on NBC and MSNBC. And Katie, we have been at this now since, we'll have to do a quick calculation, for about 5.5 hours. And there have been so many moments that we want to share with you, especially those of you who are just joining us. Those of you who have been with us the entire time, you'll want to see some of this again, of course. It began this morning at about 9 o'clock here in London. And that would have been 4 in the United States, with the procession, the cortege, leaving Kensington Palace, which is the official residence of Diana. That's where she continued to keep an apartment. They had to expand the cortege route because there were so many people in the streets of London. What did you say the crowd estimates were?
Well, you know, at one point, the police commissioner said he would be able to deal with as many, or was prepared to deal with as many as 6 million people. He said this is completely uncharted territory, but apparently Scotland Yard did say that the crowd estimate was over 1 million people, but I'm not sure if they'll have the exact figures for some time.
What often happens is you have projections like that in advance, people say, maybe I'm not going to get involved in this. We do want to show you now some of the highlights. We're going to go live now instead. We're going to cut from the tape to live coverage. This was the beginning of the procession, but the motorcade now is arriving in North Hampshire, near the family estate of Althorp, which is where she will be buried on an island in a lake. We've talked about that at some length. It was a favorite place of hers. Tina Brown, who's with us as well, had, I think, the enduring phrase probably for the meaning of this week. She called this the Flower Revolution, and the Flower Revolution will, in fact, have a lasting impact, I think, on the relationship of the British people and the monarchy and the Windsor family, and there will be some subtle changes, no doubt, in how they all relate to each other and how the family conducts itself in the future. She referred to the Velvet Revolution. Tina is here with us. The Velvet Revolution, of course, was the revolution in Czechoslovakia led by Václav Havel, which was the soft touch that brought down communism in that country. And Tina, we saw, among others, at the Westminster Abbey ceremonies, someone that you know well, and that's Tony Blair. We're going to hear from him in just a few moments. Do you think that he will take a kind of broker's role between the politics of this country and the family?
I think that it's lucky that he is Prime Minister at this moment, because he is someone who understands the power of gesture and understands brilliantly how to build bridges between people. And in fact, it's arguable that his election in May began to unlock the country from its emotional house arrest, which it's been in really traditionally for so long. And the great joy you saw at his election was very, un-English in a sense. And it's continued now with this second extraordinary display of emotion. I think he's part of this whole feeling in an interesting way.
In sensibility and politics, he's much more like Princess Diana than Buckingham Palace.
They were very much in sympathy, and she was very excited by his election and felt that it was good for her and good for, as much as it was good for England.
We do now want to share with you some of what you may have missed earlier today, and if you didn't miss it and you did see it, you'll no doubt will want to see it again. Let's begin with the departure of the gun carriage accompanied by the Welsh Guards, the Horse Regiment, from Kensington Palace this morning, bearing the body of 36-year-old Diana, Princess of Wales, who was a public figure in every sense of the word for 16 years, beginning with her marriage in 1981. And now it has come to this, to great grief over her death. This might be a moment to recall the lines of the great British poet Auden. Stop all the clocks, cut off the telephone, prevent the dog from barking with a juicy bone, silence the pianos, and with muffled drum, bring on the coffin, let the mourners come. We are now watching videotape replay of the funeral procession as the cortege as it approached Westminster Abbey. And now the casket is borne into Westminster Abbey, trailed by Prince Philip, grandfather of the sons of Diana, William and Harry, by Prince Charles, and by Earl Spencer, who electrified everyone watching with his personal tribute to his sister, in which he was filled with a lot of anger about the press and about how she was treated, and talked in the most revealing and moving and loving way about who she really was. The crowd that you saw behind the men in her life, and the men who had been in her life, made up of some 500 members of the charities that she was involved in. They were selected to walk in this procession today because she did have this remarkable, and for the royal family, unusual tactile sense. She was not afraid to put her arms around people, and she would go to homeless shelters and leper colonies and AIDS hospitals and shake hands and hold babies and do things. The royal family is well known, obviously, for its charitable work, but it's generally from a safe distance, or mostly for a photo op of some kind.
She instinctively, Tom, seemed to know what to do, know what to say, to not only comfort people, but to know what to do and say that would project an image of compassion. Not that she wasn't sincere and genuine in her caring for these people, but...
And she would say things. Tina Brown is with us in a special edition of The New Yorker. Clive James, who is one of the wittiest writers in all of England, a television man, wrote about it the first time he met her. She looked at a rather notorious character here across the room and said, "Yuck, I don't want to see him again." And he thought, boy, I could put that in the headlines tomorrow, but it didn't seem to bother her that she would be willing to say all of that.
You know, one of her private secretaries said to me recently, people also underestimate how extraordinarily professional she was, and how, you know, she came from a courtier's family, and she also, as well as being instinctively tender and able to communicate that, she was also an instinctive royal. She mastered the protocol brilliantly. She did it better than anybody else. She was an exacting boss. She was organized. He said to me, she could have been a chief executive of a major corporation. This was a woman with great, great organizational flair as well as personal qualities.
We want to go to the motorcade route now to correspondent for ITN, Tim Ewart, who is out there, and he's going to share with us some of what he saw. Tim?
Yes, Tom, I'm in a village called Duston, which is just 2 or 3 miles from Althorpe Park. The people that you can see behind me here route in their thousands are mostly local people. They've been, by and large, watching the funeral at home on television and have now come out to pay their last respects as the hearse drives slowly by. We expect that to happen within the next hour. Althorpe Park is, of course, sealed off to both public and media. The burial there will be an intensely private affair, purely for members of the family. But we're expecting Diana's body to be brought along this route, as I say, within the next hour. Of thousands of people is lining this route all the way to her ancestral home of Althorpe Park.
Tim, the tone of the crowd, the reaction, any different there than it has been in London all week where you've been?
No, I don't think it is. I think that perhaps the only difference is that many of the people who live round here have in the past, and perhaps still do, regard Diana as a local girl. She used to come home here for the holidays when she was at boarding school. People were fascinated by the funeral. They watched it, some of them standing in the street, in fact, watching our own televisions as we were preparing for our own coverage here. They were clearly very moved by it, and they were clearly very impressed, and completely in agreement with the sentiments expressed by Earl's criticism that he had to make of the way that Diana had hounded.
Tim, in the meantime, there was a change of plans for her burial, a decision not to bury her with 20 generations of Spencers at the church. Why was that decision made?
Well, the local church is in a very tiny village. Fewer than 200 people live there, and the feeling was that if Diana had been buried in the family vault, which, as you say, is the burial place for 20 generations of her family, the village would have been swamped by tourists and visitors for years and years to come, and many people here were talking about it becoming the English Gracelands. In other words, life would be so badly disrupted that they decided to give her, as you know, a private burial place on a lake, on an island, on a lake at Althorpe Park.
Tim Ewart of ITN. Tim, thank you very much.
You know, there was some mixed feelings, obviously, about it. One young man I heard the other day saying, well, my daddy is not too happy about this. On the other hand, he does say that real estate prices are going to go up. This is a 10-year-old youngster out in the village when they thought that the possibility that she might be buried there. I think that they will be spared that, and they'll be grateful for it. And we said earlier that the family is probably going to create another memorial to her nearby.
And perhaps open the gravesite itself for a couple of weeks a year so people can visit it and remember her.
It is a very delicate situation because they could be simply overrun, both on the family estate and in that village itself. Well, we'll have continuing coverage here on NBC, MSNBC, and MSNBC.com right after this.
Hey, guess what's new in Quaker Instant Oatmeal? More fruit. Right. Yeah. We've added even more fruit to delicious, nutritious Quaker Instant Oatmeal, so you get even more of that great taste you and your family love. Yep. Now, can you tell what's new in Quaker Instant Oatmeal?
More fruit.
Quaker Instant Oatmeal. Oh, what those oats can do. With more fruit.
It was the first time I had seen this play, and I just had to know.
Romeo, dost thou love me?
Does that love come with a lifetime guarantee? Huh?
Lifetime guarantee? What do you think this is? That new GM Good Wrench Service Plus?
I got a lifetime guarantee on parts and labor, plus upfront pricing, plus courtesy transportation, new GM Good Wrench Service Plus.
The plus means better. Call for the select GM dealer near you.
Next week on Today, a look at the legacy that Princess Diana left behind. Plus on Today's Woman, a special series on relationships. Next week on Today.
Why the why? Because your membership dollars not only work for you, they work for Central Iowa kids, families, and communities, too. Now you know. Why the why? The YMCA of Greater Des Moines.
Why the why? Because there's never been a better time to make your personal fitness goals a reality. Join by September 22nd for only $25 in your first month's dues. Now you know why the why. The YMCA of Greater Des Moines.
The greatest mattress in America, everybody knows it's Levada.
The greatest mattresses in America? Everybody knows it's Levada. And where do you find the lowest prices on premium quality mattress sets? Levada, of course. Premium quality, factory direct prices, plus from now through Monday, pay no money down and make no payments, and pay no interest till March on select mattress sets. So where do you go for the greatest mattresses?
Levada, Levada, everybody knows it's Levada.
It bears repeating, Tom, that the flowers on top of the coffin, the
poignant note that said "Mummy," flowers placed on it.
Perhaps it bears repeating, Tom, that on top of Princess Diana's coffin, 3 bouquets of flowers. The center one from her brother, Earl Spencer, who delivered such a poignant and powerful tribute to her. The tulips from Prince William, and the roses from Prince Harry, who will be 13 years old next week, with that simple, heartbreaking note that says, Mummy.
This is the closing part of the ceremony. Obviously, you're hearing the final hymn. There were hymns from a Welsh hymn and an Irish hymn, hymn of songs, a traditional British hymn as well, a Scottish hymn. The ritual, as we said earlier, this country and this faith's past and present, the culture of not just Great Britain, but a kind of transcendent culture with fashion designers, rock performers, and movie stars, and directors who were there, as well as people like Henry Kissinger and others who were friends of hers, as well as members of her own family and members of the charities that she served here. So it was an intersection of all of her interests, all of her beliefs, all of her passions. And the British Prime Minister read today from Corinthians, from 1 Corinthians chapter 13, Tony Blair, whom you'll be hearing a good deal more about. He has reinvented the Labour Party in this country, and he was elected with an overwhelming mandate to change the way things are done in Great Britain. He was very close to Diana. Let's listen now to British Prime Minister Tony Blair reading from Corinthians chapter 1.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love.
British Prime Minister Tony Blair, who, if he had chosen another way of life, could have been a vicar somewhere. He read that beautifully, Corinthians 1st chapter, verse 13.
Very heartfelt. And he seemed to know instinctively, immediately, the impact that Princess Diana had on the British people, calling her the people's princess almost immediately following her death.
Tina Brown knows him well. As we watch the funeral procession now approach the village of Altorp, Tina, he was so emotional last week when he had to announce to the nation the death of Diana. He obviously was greatly and deeply affected by it. And we've been talking this morning some about whether or not he will become a kind of intermediary, if you will, between the Windsors and the political establishment and the Diana constituency.
I think he will, but out of a sort of instinctive knowledge of what to do. I mean, like Diana, he has instinctive leadership gifts. And although he was very, close to her in that she liked him enormously and was reaching out to him and he to her, he also has become close to Prince Charles. And on on Sunday he will be lunching at Balmoral with his wife and with the Queen and Prince Philip. And usually it's the monarch's role to guide the Prime Minister, but in this instance I can imagine Tony Blair not giving advice, but offering in the gentlest, subtlest and most conversational way little things that can, really help the royal family appeal more to the people.
The ultimate legacy of Diana is one that you discussed with her when you had lunch in June. She wanted the royal family to work on its image, to do the same thing that Tony Blair did, which was to hire a public relations person to be more responsive to what the people wanted for this country.
Well, she very much admired Peter Mandelson, who Minister without Portfolio, who is, has been a media advisor to Tony Blair. But frankly, I think that, Tony Blair himself is the only person who could offer that kind of advice to the Queen. I don't think that the royal family really would listen to any hired PR person. I mean, a PR person has come and gone. Not that Peter Mandelson actually is a PR person, he's an MP, but, different media advisors have come and gone from the palace, and they have no reason really to pay attention to them. But I think that Tony Blair, with his sensitivity and his authority and his particular personality, will probably be able to communicate with them in a way that no media advisor ever could.
In fact, I think he was scheduled to meet with the royal family at Balmoral tomorrow, of all days, to talk about that.
Right.
Yeah.
They are going to apparently go ahead and have the, not at Balmoral, but they will be in touch with each other again before too long. We want to go to Charles Sabine of NBC News and MSNBC. He's in the village of Althorp, and as you can see, the funeral procession is moving now swiftly along as those things go. Charles, bring us up to date there.
Excuse me, I'm on the phone. Hello?
Can you hear me, Charles?
Hello, Tom?
Well, we've had one of the few glitches that we've had all day long. We were unable to get to Charles Sabine. We'll work on that. We'll just tell you, you've been reading, and we have, as we all have, about the burial site itself. It is romantic, and it seems to me, Tina, that it's in the best British tradition, an island in the lake, after all, part of her ancestral home, a return to the calmness and serenity, if you will, of the English countryside.
Yes, I think it has a wonderful symbolism, the sereneness and inaccessibility of this place, where finally, Lord Spencer talked about how she was the most stalked woman in the world. This stalked woman finally has a resting place where they can't get at her. I think it has an extremely beautiful and very romantic image.
It's interesting.
All right, we'll be back with more special coverage here. Katie,
I'll note something interesting when we come back.
I have no doubt about that. And we'll all be back right after this.
8 hours behind this counter, and my feet are tired and achy.
Now relieve tired, sore, achy feet with the soothing power of Johnson's Foot Soap. This exclusive 3-ingredient formula is activated in warm water. For a warming treatment that gives triple action relief that penetrates, soothes, relaxes.
My feet feel rested and refreshed, and they don't ache anymore.
Johnson's Foot Soap gives soothing triple action relief that lasts.
Everything you've ever thought about quitting smoking is about to change, because today there are new ways to help reduce your urge to smoke, different from anything you may have tried before. Not a patch, not a gum, but medicines only your doctor can prescribe to help separate you from your cigarettes. See your doctor about the new ways that can help you quit smoking. For more information, call 1-888-959-STOP and get ready for success.
Keep telling yourself, it's only a dream. Sleepwalkers, coming NBC Saturdays.
Hardware has come to mean something else lately. At Kurtz, the real hardware has always meant reliable product and service for the building, manufacturing, and maintenance trades. Kurtz deals with the best suppliers in the business, all with high standards, like Ingersoll Rand Company, Schlag Locks, LCN, Van Duperen, Glenn Johnson, and Steelcraft for cutting-edge design doors and frames. Kurtz for hardware, quality products, and service to back it up. Kurtz, the hardware company, with the best in the industry since 1866.
Hey, is that leather?
That's right. This is the new Subaru Outback Limited.
2 sunroofs. Nice touch. I hear it has full-time all-wheel drive.
Yeah. holds a turn better than the Blazer. Subaru Outback.
Only at Ramsey Subaru, 9625 Hickman Road.
We're back in London as the funeral procession approaches the village of Elthorpe. We want to go now to that village, which is the home of the Spencer family, Princess Diana's family, where she will be buried on an island in the middle of a small lake that was very familiar in her childhood. And NBC